What's going on? What's going on, people? What's going on, people? Man, Mad Mike Sports and the Heavy Hitters live coming at you as one third of the evil empire with the 2025 NFL Draft live coverage. I'm your host, K Styles, aka the Sixth Man. To my stage left, or your screen right, we got Mad Mike Sports.
Me.
And all the way to the other side of him, we have El Grande Cano Davanano, or however the hell you say that.
Gracias.
We got, and then we down below him, we got Jew Talk Sports.
What's going on, people? Good evening. Let's get this show on the road.
And we have a special guest for this show. And this is one of our day ones. We got Will, the Thrill, Wardell. What's happening, homie?
Was good, my brothers. So it is draft day. While I still can, let's say it. Happy draft day. Let's see where the shit goes, eh?
Exactly. So, fellas, how y'all feel about this draft so far? How y'all? What do y'all think? Yeah, what's y'all mindset going into this?
I'm gonna say what I said when I was off camera. Kay, I don't know where we're gonna go in the draft. At this point, I feel like we should go defense, but it's up to Terry, it's up to the front office to get it right. Their jobs are on the line. So, I think that they're gonna make the right decision, but wherever they go, we just gotta accept it. We're not in that position. We can say what we feel and what we want, but at the end of the day, they're gonna make the best decision that they feel is right. So hopefully whoever they pick, they have a vision. I always talk about if you don't have a vision, you're gonna perish. So as long as they got some type of vision on why they're picking and they can explain why they pick where they picked, then they should be fine. Last year, Penix was the right pick because guess what? Kirk Cousins fell to pieces. He got injured. So God forbid, if we would have went defense or we didn't have Penix, then it would have looked a lot more. I'll say the future would look a lot more glam than it looks now. So last year they made the right pick. So I'm gonna put my faith and my trust in Terry Fontenot in that front office hands to make the right decision.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think heads will roll, but that's very much something that we look at later on down the line. I don't think it's even so much now a case of who do we pick. It's how do you justify that to me now that you're taking these pieces? How do you intend to use them? So although I've still got the excitement and the kind of nerves there, I just want justification. If you're going to rebuild this defense, where are you going with it?
I think you either go D tackle or a DB. Like you got to pick because we got a hole right there from Grady Jarrett. So I know a lot of people saying Ruke can be that guy for us, but again, these guys are still in development stages, so you can't never have enough good talent in the interior of your D line. So get the best defensive tackle you can get that they can start week one, or get you a DB. I prefer a safety over a corner. I know they may end up choosing a corner, and I know people saying we got Jesse Bates, but we don't have Simmons anymore. He's a free agent after I think June 1st or whatever. But we got to have somebody right there in that spot because I don't think they bringing Simmons back. He'll cost too much. And yeah, I know we got Hitman, but again, we need the help. I just don't trust. And I said this on the show the other day. I don't trust Raheem Morris with corners. I just don't. But in other words, I believe in Terry Fun. No, you gonna pick who?
Really?
Yeah. So, Mike, what you thinking, man?
I want the Falcons to piss
of the world. Just piss off America, my home, sweet home.
That's some impressive falsetto, brother.
Shut the hell up, Mike. The
I
hell
don't
was
know where
that?
that came from, but it felt good.
When they say you need range to do this job, this is what they were talking about, guys.
Hey man, I'm just happy, man. Honestly, Terry Fontenot is one of those guys like you really can't, get a. I'm just gonna be honest, you can't get a read on him, and I like that. So for me, as long as it's not a quarterback, I'm fine. That's
Now,
all I care about. As long as it's not a quarterback, all right. We can't take another quarterback. We got about 10 of them on the roster already. So
okay. So,
Well, we just signed that kid
so,
Stick as well, so we're okay for QB.
so since we got Tennessee on the clock right now, we looking at is probably the obvious Cam Ward. Um, what else? How would y'all think if they went a completely different route here? Because you have to think about it. You gave up on Will Levis that quick.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I don't think, man. Look, until Tennessee can get some pieces on that defense, they're going to continue to struggle. And Callahan, he's an offensive minded coach, so he's going right. If he choose Cam Ward, and honestly, I'm going to also see how they draft tomorrow and Saturday. It's going to tell us everything we need to know about him and that front office. So
Yeah.
they haven't
Oh,
had. Think about it.
well,
Listen,
go.
they haven't had a consistent quarterback in Tennessee since Steve McNair.
Hmm.
That is true. Oh Lord, guess who they got the NFL comparison for Cam Ward?
I just think that they need to stop it.
They said Vic.
Pat
No,
Mahomes,
they Patrick
stop it.
Mahomes.
Oh Lord,
They should have said Steve
Nah,
McNair.
man.
It's more like
Fuck
Steve
off.
McNair. I'm not comparing nobody to Pat Mahomes. Don't do that. Don't
I
do
won't
that
even
to that
get a
kid.
Steve McNair. Like he's a good comparison to pretty much. I say he's Pat White with an arm.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be a good player. It goes back
Will
to what Don just said. It depends on if they build an offensive line to protect them and if they put them in the right situation. If they don't draft right, then it's gonna end miserably because what did we say here at the Falcons before we took Penix? Build your team and then go get your quarterback. Don't put get your quarterback in your team is we seen Caleb Williams last year with Chicago. How did that work out? Everybody said he was gonna be generational, but we know Chicago with quarterbacks that they don't do well, as far as putting the right guys around the quarterback, building the offensive line. I really feel like the biggest thing that I'm watching in Tennessee is can they build the offensive line and can they build a running game like they had with Derrick Henry? That's the best friend to a quarterback is a good offensive line, a solid running game. So he doesn't have to do a whole lot. If you put everything on his shoulders, he gonna fail.
Hmm. And that was why, for
Hey,
one, I didn't want to go tackle because people are going, yeah, stack the offensive line. Yeah, fair enough. Our starters are at the point, even though Jack's, 32 now, he's essentially going to be now playing the blind side because you've got a left-handed quarterback, which takes a little bit more of the pressure off of him. And I feel like McGarry's ready to take that step up. So I really don't feel like offensive line's the choice. Maybe day two, if you want a solid guy to learn for underneath, that's fine. But I really don't think tackle should be on the board as much as we've brought in quite a few to scout. I really don't think that's where we're going.
we got a 199 super chat from Joker. Excuse me.
what's happening?
Appreciate the tongue, Clement. He said this Keenan Harris, he had changed his account. And we appreciate that.
Thank you,
Oh,
Keenan.
okay.
That,
Okay.
And
The pick is in, fellas.
Here goes nothing.
go ahead, Drew.
Well,
I'll
you
let you
know,
go. You want to announce the pick?
Yeah, I announced it. He about to say it right now. Roger Goodell's at the mic, so up there it is. The
Okay.
number one pick in the NFL draft, Cam Ward, Tennessee Titans, out of the University of Miami Hurricanes. When they went with he been the chalk all this way that they say he was gonna be their first pick, and he ended up doing it. So, like I said, now let's see if they can build a team to support him. He has the legs, he has the arm. Let's see if he can develop, and let's see if they can put an offensive line around him, put a strong running game to give him a chance.
And this is my. This is the first time This is the first time a Miami player been selected since it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a minute. You're right.
They used to back in the late '80s and '90s. Them players were getting drafted top 5 every year.
Yeah. We're a long ways from Warren Sapp now, man. It seems.
Oh wow.
All right, you guys. So I'm gonna give y'all an update. So Cleveland had the second pick, and they just traded that pick to the
oh
Jacksonville
wow.
Jaguars. So the Jacksonville Jaguars is now on the clock with the
Oh,
second pick.
hello.
Oh
Oh,
man,
we know what this is. We know what this is.
It's Travis Hunter. Travis
Yeah.
Hunter in
I
Jacksonville.
don't know. It's two guys, Travis Hunter or Ashton Jenkins.
I think it's gonna be Travis Hunter, but
I
I
could
don't.
see either, but you really want Trev to shine. That's got to be Travis Hunter.
be
Yeah,
Genty.
I think he's from Florida, if I'm not mistaken.
It,
Is he from
Yeah,
Florida?
yeah.
Like
You
you're
know
right.
what? You know what? You know what? Let me see.
it's gonna be
Who was
Genty,
up?
and let me tell you why. Jacksonville need that run game. They need like that off the offense coordinator from Tampa Bay last year. He's there now, and he relied heavy on their run game down there in Tampa Bay. So I'm thinking he's gonna get Genty right here.
Oh wow. So the
Oh,
update
okay.
is Travis Hunter.
What you
That
say?
Adam Schefter is saying that they are targeting Travis Hunter. So
Oh,
that's what I think.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Hunter's not listed in the draft as a wide receiver. He's listed as a corner, right?
He
yeah, but
wants
they
to he
want to
wants
play.
to play both, but yeah, he's listed as a corner, but I think he's gonna end up playing both. And with their head coach, who was the offensive coordinator last year for Tampa Bay, I see him using him as a wide receiver too. So I think he fits best at wide receiver, to be honest with you guys. Even though he said he want to play corner, if you want to have a big impact on the game, the way that the rules are, play wide receiver. Like corner
Yeah.
is fine, but you can't really, it ain't almost shutting down one side of the field. Them days is over with.
Yeah.
And you can't touch, you can't grab nobody. So if I'm a DB or in a wide receiver playing both sides, put me on the offensive side because that's where the money at. That's where you're gonna get all the calls to go your way for the most part.
Exactly.
And
If
how
you want
you
to
can
play a little
even.
bit of corner,
Sorry.
nickel or something like that, okay. But just to be a full-time corner, I don't see Travis Hunter being a full-time both ways in the NFL. The game's too physical.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though the game's like evolved past, like we're no longer in the days of Ed Reed or Brian Dawkins or Troy Polamalu waiting to take your fucking head off when you come out and cross the field. But nevertheless, there's so many hitting rules on defense that I feel like the game's a lot softer than it was, but it's still nowhere near soft enough to where you could play two ways on a professional level on a continuous basis and not have your career significantly shortened by that.
Yeah, whoever his agent is need to talk him out of that immediately. I love
Oh yeah.
I love the heart. I want to play both ways. That's cute, but these are grown men you dealing with. And like you said, you're gonna put that wear and tear on your body unnecessarily. Like 17 games plus the playoffs, and then you're going both ways and you having to cover these athletes on the offensive side, the Tyreek Hills, and then turn around and go back on the defensive side, or go on the offensive side and go up against the Jalen Ramses and the AJ Terrell. Like, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Just like the great Vince McMahon says, who in the hell do you think you are? Travis Hunter. Bro, this is wide receiver. All you doing is running routes the entire way. You don't take breaks as a wide receiver. Corner, maybe Maybe, but at corner you don't take breaks for the most part. But you can't get away with taking breaks at corner at a wide receiver position. All right, maybe if you're in a deep third, you can probably take a little bit of time and kind of pace yourself as a DB. But like at wide receiver in the NFL, if there's any slack, DBs are going to get all over there, and your coach is going to kill you if you take a route off. And I think we know all about taking routes off here in Atlanta. So Travis Hunter, like if you were smart, I would say just play wide receiver full time, and then like in key situations, I would play DB, but like I wouldn't, I would not. This is not a smart. This is not a smart idea to play both ways. And there's been one guy maybe in the history of the NFL that's done that, and that was in the 1920s. Okay, so it doesn't work.
No.
Too risky. Like I said, too risky. I wouldn't do it. Like I said, you're gonna either shorten your career, or if I'm the opposing team, I'm gonna literally target Travis Hunter. If you just had to go and cover Tyreek Hill, or you just scored a touchdown, I'm literally gonna throw at you on defense because I know you're tired. So it's just not wise. He's gonna put way too much wear and tear on his body. But I don't want to tell a man what he can't do because it's not impossible, but it's not going to be wise. So whoever his agent is, talk him out of that kind of talk immediately.
The concussion risk and the risk of ending up with no knees by the time you're 26 is, I feel like that should be enough to kind of convince him that this is not a sustainable plan. But there you go, famous last words.
All right, Jacksonville pick is about to be picked.
Yeah, screw this laptop, man. I'm not getting too good at a tracker of the draft, so just keep me right, boys.
Will, are you what part of Great Britain you from?
I'm from just outside of Glasgow in Scotland.
I know you had a Scotland accent, man. You sound like Drew McIntyre. I know he from Ayers though.
Yeah,
That's racist. That's racist. That's racist, dog.
It's maybe 45 minutes. I'm more closer to a Gerald Butler, Leonidas from 300.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
You know this whole one, you bring the heads and crowns of conquered kings to my city steps. You threaten my people with slavery and death. That that whole sort of thing.
I love it.
All right.
Y'all, they doing a bunch of talking about the Walton Payton Man of the Year and all of that. So once the pick come up, I'll let you guys know. Maybe I'm delayed.
I can tell y'all if y'all want me to. It's coming up on my TV.
I'm about to say, yeah, we can rotate on who announces picks. I know Jew did the first pick.
Yeah, I do.
I'm happy with letting y'all go and just doing more coverage. As I say, I'm not getting the best reception here in terms of the actual draft picks.
Oh, we got you covered. I'll let you take this one, Don.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. This man can't read.
I about to say, for those that's in the chat, do not announce the pick until the panel announce the pick, and then you give my thoughts to it.
Ooh.
There you go. What'd you say, Don?
Travis Hunter, Colorado.
Nah.
I hope it works. I just don't think Travis is being smart about this. I think he's so confident in his abilities that I don't think he's being smart about his career. I think at this point you should be worried about your career, not how great you are as an athlete, because he's a terrific athlete. I mean, he can play both sides of the ball equally. I mean, you have him as a DB. I don't think he has the value in the NFL as a DB that he has as a receiver. I think he's a far better receiver in the NFL than he is a DB. Just my opinion, but look, if anybody can do it, man, look, he has the abilities. I'll tell you that. But I think he should just focus on being a wide receiver for me, especially when you have a quarterback like Sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this was definitely unexpected. That was the first unexpected move that we saw about Jacksonville trading up. But that's good for them.
What did they trade?
They well, from what I read, they gave up. Jacksonville gave up the their second and fourth pick, their second round and their fourth round pick this year, and their 2026 first round pick to get that pick, and I think it was a 2025 sixth round pick.
You know what? I'm not even shocked. These are the same people that own AEW. So, but hey, it's Travis Hunter, so it's a low risk.
Yeah, I love the pick for Jacksonville because now you're gonna be able to put butts in seats. He's like a highlight waiting to happen. But like Mike was saying, put him at the wide receiver position because his best attribute is his athleticism. You put the ball in his hands, bubble screen, they showing it right now, throw it up, 50-50 balls. That's him. In the NFL, he's not going to just be able to get away with just using athleticism at the DB position. It's more technique involved when you're talking on the NFL level. Can he do it? Sure. He can play DB in the NFL, but I think he'll have a bigger impact on the offensive side of the ball because he'll be able to put up points. You can avoid throwing the ball his way. If he turns into, a prime time, if he turns into one of those elite corners, I can throw away from you. If you're if you're an actual wide receiver, we can game plan to get you the football. So if you're one of my best players, I'm telling them straight up, I want you to play wide receiver so I can force feed you the ball if I need to. Corner, they can throw away from you. So you might not have the impact that you think you're going to have. They're not going to throw at you in the NFL if you really that dude. But he's going to get tested early. If he does go out and play DB, they're going to throw the ball. They're going to throw the ball at him. But if he starts getting interceptions and stuff like that and taking it back to the house, like his former Coach Prime, then teams are not going to even throw you away. So you're not going to even have the impact that you could at the wide receiver spot.
And look at the way Trevor Lawrence has used his receivers in the past 3 years in Jacksonville. That shows you, especially like, I mean, you can read my T-shirt. It says "hustle and heart," and you've got to appreciate both things because he's got them in massive measure. But take 3 or 4 of those cross-field 40-yard passes that he throws when he's on the run, and then go out and play and try and cover, I don't know, somebody the size of McMillan who's coming out tonight as well. You try and catch a hospital ball and then go up against somebody who's 6'4", 220 and wants to completely body you on the line, and you've been told you need to press that guy. It's not sustainable. So I think definitely, and just in terms of money and in terms of affecting the game, as you say, I think he's coming out as a receiver, but he has to be careful because they need the O-line help, or it's going to be the same situation again.
Yeah, in terms of money, I got to go with receiver, and especially if you're a prime associate player, yeah, he's gonna teach you to go after the money. All right, got to go for the money. If you Travis Hunter, so I have to say wide receiver myself.
I think Dia said like a month ago or so that he reached out to Michael Irvin to now. So hopefully Irvin, tell him you got to be a receiver, take your money.
And the Giants are officially on the clock. We forgot to tell y'all. Third pick. If y'all watching it, y'all know. But third pick, the Giants is on the clock.
Where y'all think y'all going with this? Like, if I were the Giants, I would go.
I
Go
think
offensive tackle.
I think they gonna shock everybody. I think they'll go offensive tackle.
Yo, I think so. I think so myself.
The pick is in.
Oh,
that was quick.
Who
I'm
picked
the Giants. I'm taking
okay.
Shador Sanders, but we're gonna see.
Oh, okay. So the pick is in. So I got the pick right here. So the pick is Abdul Carter.
Yeah, I knew they was gonna pick Ed.
Stud.
Giants is
Absolute stud.
been a historic. If y'all think about the Giants' history, they are a historic defensive team. So they need to get back to that roots of building that defense.
I guess the
Okay.
Giants are trading away Thibodeau. I guess they got Thibodeau and they got what's the guy from Brian
Brian
Burns.
Burns.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand the pick, but I don't like the pick for the Giants. I really feel like they should either trade it out of that pick because I understand you can never have enough pass rushers, but they didn't went, they ruthless defense. So I understand it, but to me, you got to find that quarterback of the future. You're not making the playoffs this year, even with Abdul Carter and with Russell Wilson. At some point, you got to find that next quarterback. Eli's going. We know Russell is not the future. We know Jameis Winston is not the future. So at some point, you're gonna have to find that quarterback. Maybe they didn't think that these guys that are the quarterbacks that are left are a franchise type guy. But Abdul Carter is a generational talent. So what that tells me is somebody on the chopping block, and I think it's Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Woo, boy. Yeah. Go ahead, Will. You like that?
Well, no, I was just going to say that it's a strange way to start the draft, but I mean, look at the other QBs that you have available. You may come for me on this one. A lot of people have, and nah, I'll die on this hill. Shadeur's overrated, and I think he's quite highly overrated.
I wouldn't disagree. I would if I were the Giants, especially when you've seen what an offensive line and a running game can do to you. You've been clowned pretty much all season because you let Saquon Barkley let go, and you let him go to a team like Philadelphia that has an offensive line. You see what the Atlanta Falcons can do when they have an amazing offensive line and an amazing running back. I think you have to take that in consideration and do the right thing for the trenches. And I think Abdul Carter is more of an athlete than he is a finished product as far as an elite edge rusher in this draft. I don't think he's an elite ass rusher, but pass rusher. But he can turn into that with the right tutoring. But like I said, I, I'm kind of afraid of that screw, similar to what Julio Jones had with his foot, his injuries. So my thing is, if you can't continue to play with fire, and I think they're playing with fire with Abdul Carter, especially with that injury.
Mm. Well, it's going to be a lot harder to take off of that bad ankle. That first step's going to be affected, even if it's marginally so. We're talking about tenths of seconds here. This is the NFL, and I did see Abdul Carter maybe slipping down a few picks because of what you said, Mike. So it's high risk, high reward. This guy could be an absolute stud for years to come, or he could peak out early. We really don't know. It's an interesting pick, and as I say, I don't know about what was that pick 3. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure about it, to be fair.
I think by them kind of retaining Dexter Lawrence, it kind of afforded them that ability to do that. But
Oh yeah, that's true.
like Drew said, what is the future for Kayvon Thibodeau? Because like you said, you just paid Brian Burns all that money last year, and you got this guy now.
Thibodeau
Now,
need
are you gonna now? Or do they still have faith in Kayvon Thibodeau, or do they see him as more of a rotational piece? Or because that's a high investment. He was a high investment pick himself.
You know, one thing I
These
But
wanted
guys
to
can surely take a hand out of the dirt as well. I mean, we're in the age of hybrids, as it were. So Brian Burns has got the length to take a hand out of the dirt. Thibodeau has the length to take a hand out of the dirt. Playmore is that sort of OLB sort of role. So I mean, if they're ready to pay the guys, I think they can make it work. But again, it boils down to the almighty dollar, doesn't it? And who do you want to pay?
right,
Well, one thing I wanted to add, fellas, about Abdul Carter, and they were showing his highlights. He also can play some off-ball linebacker. So maybe they're looking at him as more than just the edge for their team. Maybe they're saying
hmm
we don't have that true middle linebacker or that guy like
Right.
Michael Parsons, where he can play off ball linebackers. Well, he's that athletic, so maybe they're looking at him as a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, you can pick it up. You got paper on it.
Yeah, he's an interesting experiment. He's a crazy, crazy athlete.
Yes, I mean you can't go wrong. He's like a generational type dude. Outside of injuries, what Mike mentioned about him having that foot injury, outside of him having an injury, knock on wood, because you guys know I hate injuries. That's the only way I see him not turning out to be a solid NFL player or a Pro Bowler type player. But with all that money invested, Harlem said it best. Giants know the defense wins championships. Amen.
Mhm.
That's why they got. That's why Eli got the rings that he got because of Strahan, Justin Tuck, OC Umenyiora. So one thing we know about the Giants, they gonna have defense no matter what.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Mhm.
Just hey, that's that. If team knows their identity, they know their history and their culture, and most times they tend to sway that way. So I'm intrigued who's New England going to pick.
It is going to be very interesting. I think that they may go offensive tackle. I think Will Campbell's who they've been saying mock to them, and I could see that because Vrabel is a trenches type of guy. So with their young quarterback last year, Drake May, I can definitely see them going offensive line. I could also see them going. Could they go wide receiver? Maybe give Drake May another weapon. They just brought in Stephon Diggs on like a short prove it deal. So I mean, they got a lot of different ways they can go because they're like in a full rebuild. But I would start with the trenches. When you got a young quarterback or any quarterback in that matter, you got to be able to protect them and you got to be able to run the ball. And New England has been known to have good offensive lines. So under Belichick, so we're gonna see what Vrabel does.
He gonna do that Patriot way. He's gonna pick. He
Defensive guy, offensive lineman.
he gonna.
So let me ask y'all a question. Do you think that by them getting the veteran quarterbacks they did afforded them the opportunity to take a chance on an Abdul Carter even with that foot injury?
They were playing with house money, basically, Kay. Like I think in that
Yeah.
situation, they were playing with house money. And I think because of his generational talent type deal. I think they're just like, look, if Kayvon Thibodeau doesn't prove it to us in the next couple of years, he trade bait. That's what I'm looking at. So at this point, Kayvon Thibodeau better get his ducks in a row. But I think his days are numbered. He could be moved in this draft, is what I've been hearing. Like just through the grapevine, they're saying that he could be a guy that's on the trading block because he didn't turn into what they thought he would be. And this is why we tell you guys, and I can say that I was one of the ones that did a video on Kayvon Thibodeau coming out of Oregon. I thought because of his measurables and what he did at Oregon, that he could be like a
Oh,
Bill Mack type,
oh,
but it didn't happen.
okay. Update. The pick was in. The New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle LSU.
I knew it. What I told y'all.
Makes sense. Get Drake May's man, and that man is an absolute stud. Makes complete sense.
You need a line. You need to protect your quarterback. Look at the black pass quarterbacks they done drafted. They have
Mhm.
enough for their quarterback. That's why they failed.
You
They got
gotta
to get
protect the
back into.
investment.
They got to get back into understanding the trade matter. You going up against Buffalo 2 times a year, Miami 2 times a year, the Jets. When they had Robert Salah defense 2 times a year, so they need to protect the quarterback. So
Oh yeah, for sure. He's a big, quick guy, and I mean Drake May's not got the best first step, but I just feel like he's a mobile tackle for being such a big, solid guy. So I think he can definitely bridge that gap well at the pro level and keep Drake safe. I think that was a great pick in my opinion.
That was the best. That was the best pick for New England. They
Yeah.
gotta protect their quarterback. They gotta gotta go in the trenches. That's what the New England is known for. As he said, the Patriot way. We gonna run the ball. We gonna protect. I don't remember Tom Brady ever having a bad offensive line.
All right. But yeah, I like the pick. Like you said, you got a young quarterback. You gotta strip your trenches. You gotta strip that tackle position.
You hear
Like I
that,
said,
Boston man? You gotta protect the quarterback. You gotta draft for your quarterback. You gotta give the quarterback weapons. You hear that? You hear
hmm
me?
Never, never.
Hit.
That's not what we do here.
now we fall in love with big name guys and superstars, no matter what position they play in. But yeah, that's definitely like I said, that's definitely a good staple pick right there. I know they've been kind of looking for that left tackle since Matt Light kind of retired. They haven't really had that staple at left tackle like that consistently.
Nah, man. And in terms of having that kind of that left tackle, that blindside blocker, all the myths that are told in these movies, it's true. It's not although the center's the anchor of your offensive line, he's not the leader. If you've got a right-handed quarterback, it all goes through that left tackle, and if you've not got a consistent one, things are gonna unwind for you pretty quick.
So Cleveland is now on the clock with the 5th pick. They've been on the clock, but they said they pick is in. I haven't seen it yet though. I'll let you guys
I've
know.
I've got Shador here, but I'm not. As I say, that's what I'm guessing. I've not seen it, but this has got to be Shador. I'm assuming.
I'm glad they're going through these picks because I remember the past few years, man, they take forever to
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah, it used to be like 15, 20 minutes per pick.
Yeah, be still in the first round. It be 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I don't know what Cleveland going here, guys. I could see Shador, but I don't know because I don't know. This is gonna be very interesting. I mean, if I'm the Browns, I'm going out and getting Shador because
You
now
know,
they need a quarterback.
you know what? I'm gonna take a guess here. I'm gonna take a
Go for
big
it.
guess here. This is gonna this I'm gonna say this Mike Green right here.
There's no way.
I hope not.
I'm gonna take a guess here.
Might I offer a suggestion?
You still
You
guessing?
certainly can, sir.
I still, I guess.
Seems like you guys need someone to help you announce picks.
Nah, really? Where the hell you been at?
This motherfucker don't show up. Ain't nobody, ain't call nobody, ain't talk to nobody. Just show up on draft night like he the king of New York or something. What in the hell?
There goes the neighborhood,
Really?
boys.
Really?
I know we're
Let's
looking
see.
for suggestions right now, but as we've established in the past, I might be just a little bit ahead of y'all. So how about I watch Roger Goodell announce this pick for us right here, right now? With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns have selected 1, 2, 3. Give me a name. Mason Graham,
Go
defensive
blue,
lineman, Michigan.
go blue. But Cleveland got them a dog. This is the right pick for them right here. Man, I really want to hear for the Falcons, but I already know he wasn't gonna fall to 15. This is
Yeah,
the
no,
best
that was
defensive
top
tackle.
5
I'm
all
telling
day.
y'all, this is the best defensive tackle in the draft. Watch the highlights.
Highlights speak for themselves, man. That kid is an absolute animal.
Yeah,
That's a great pick.
I seen this man play 3 years. I was blessed for him to done the Maze of Blue for my University of Michigan. So yeah, this man is gonna be great.
Mason Graham and Miles Garrett on the same
Ooh,
line.
ooh,
Yeah, that's gonna be nasty.
Yeah.
Lee. Ooh, man.
I'm
Oh,
glad they did. I'm glad they didn't go to quarterback.
Excuse me. While I whip this out, are you kidding me? You still got two fossils at quarterback. One of them can't even get off the damn bed because his damn ankle gonna shatter as soon as he step off the damn bed. And the other one's 1,500 years old. Like he about as old as Professor what his name is? Dumbledore? 100 and 200 years old. And you go get Mason Graham, you still can't throw the damn ball.
No, now you gotta think about it. You gotta think about
Well,
it.
at this
Kenny
point,
Pickett is,
neither can their opponents, though.
Well,
you gotta
yeah,
think
they're
about it.
planning on
Yeah.
obviously playing a lot of defense.
Hold on,
You know
that
what I
don't make
mean?
no goddamn sense, Noah. You still got to throw the ball to win games. You got to score. They can't run. They can't throw. So they just gonna stop everybody else from scoring. That's what you saying?
Look,
We've been out
you're
there, bro.
assuming
I ain't
that the
assuming
Browns
shit.
can make
I ain't
sense
not
as a
assuming
franchise.
shit. Don't try to play that nonsense on me. You need a quarterback to score points. Don't try to pull that nonsense on me. You need a quarterback. You can't win in the league without a quarterback. We've been down that road before. We rushed for 2,000 yards in a season, and we still couldn't win.
I mean, they may believe that Kenny Pickett may be that guy for the
You
next
know
couple
what?
of
I'm
years.
gonna mute myself, K Styles.
Spoiler
I'm
alert,
about
he ain't.
This was a good pick.
Kenny Pickett is not that man.
This was a good pick for Cleveland because you got to think about the offenses they play now. You playing against Lamar Jackson.
You gotta score. Stop
I
it.
get it. Listen, man.
Stop. Y'all,
Listen.
this is nonsense.
You
We've
Come
been
on,
still
out
come
this
on,
gotta
come
road
on.
you still gotta
before.
stop.
All
You
right,
still
all right,
gotta stop.
let Don get his point out, Mike. Let Don
You
get his
still
point
gotta.
out.
I get that you gotta score points, but damn, like at the end of the day, defense gotta play too. You playing against Lamar Jackson 2 times a year. You playing against doggone
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow 2 times a year. And Cleveland now, like I'm not Cleveland, Pittsburgh now, like we don't know who they gonna pick tonight.
Y'all know what's gonna be ironic when Pittsburgh takes Shador Sanders and then he got to go up against the
Yeah,
Browns.
You know what? That could be a thing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Cleveland, they did
I'm
this
just talking
right.
about some damn stop. You gonna stop other court? You can't even get in field goal position. What the hell kind of sense that make?
They're the Browns. They're
Y'all
not
want?
supposed to make sense.
Well, I know Ohio
I
State.
see. I see. It's not supposed to make sense. Well, I get it now.
So we got the Raiders coming in at number 6.
So who you guys say right here?
I'll say Shador or
I would hope so. To be honest, I think it's perfect for him because Brady's already there. He's
yeah.
been under the thumb of Tom Brady. It makes perfect sense for him.
Yeah, that's one thing that's gonna be Shador.
I'm gonna guess McMillan.
That would be
Well,
a
we're
good
gonna
move.
find out right now. With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
They
Snap.
following that trend with dropping these high impact backs in the top 10.
Oh, wow. Nice.
We
I
did
really had him go in Chicago. That's fun.
we did that last year with Bijan. So hey, what the
I'm
year
not.
before? I'm
Huh.
sorry, the year before last.
I'm not surprised with those picks, fellas. Pete Carroll is their new head coach, so we should have known this was coming. What was Seattle known for? Beast
Beast mode.
mode running the ball. He built
Well,
in
until they
Seattle.
were on the 1-yard line.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. But he built in Seattle 2.0 all over again. He went and got
Pipe Genty in short yardage.
yeah, exactly. He went and got what's your boy that was in Seattle? That's now with the Raiders.
Or Geno Smith.
Journeyman quarterback.
Oh my God, this is the most greatest pick ever in the universe.
Yeah.
They love running backs. I can tell you that much. They can't get one, but they love drafting them.
They don't want to pay him. They could have. They had a good running back. That's in
No,
Green Bay.
yes, this is the most Raiders pick ever. I need a quarterback. No, we're gonna start over and get another running back.
I'm sorry, y'all. Geno Smith. I had a brain fart. Geno Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they hoping that they can develop a quarterback, maybe get one in the second and third rounds. That's what I would assume.
They should have took Shador. Like you said, you got Geno. He can let Geno start for a year. Let Shador sit behind him. Continue to learn under Tom Brady. Learn under Geno Smith, who's been around the league, and then just insert him. But
So,
they
Pete,
haven't learned.
Pete think
what would you take shit? Would you take Jalen shit, bro?
No, wouldn't.
Y'all wouldn't take him in the second
I don't
round.
think so.
You the Raiders.
And then who have you got after that? Quinn Ewers, Dylan Gabriel, Will Howard. You're reaching. You're reaching.
but who knows? I think Pete Carroll probably thinks that Geno got more miles.
Look, I think he's thinking that going for a Jalen Miro type of quarterback because you got to remember he's a mobile quarterback. Pete Rose, but Pete Carroll loves those types of quarterbacks that can move around in the pocket and kind of use their legs and use play action. So like it would make sense in the second round, maybe third round, to get someone like Jalen Miro.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can see that. I can see Mero, but look, at least with Mero, he'll be able to sit behind. Like I said, he ain't gonna have to play right away. Whoever gets Mero, he can't start right away. He needs a couple years to sit behind somebody.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think he's pro ready.
See,
I don't think.
the thing for me is that, look, we already know that they're not competing for the top spot in their division. They're not going to for a while. However, if you're going to choose between a position to build for in the future now, I wouldn't go running back. This is way too much of a luxury for a team that is not going to compete for even third place right now. I mean, you have obviously Kansas City. You're going to have Denver that's going to come back after a rebound. You're going to have LA as the Chargers. And so, like, this doesn't swing any favor, right? If you go up against them in the division, you're going to be behind. What help is your top 5, top 6 running back going to be to you then? You're just going to game script them out of your playbook. So for this one, you're hoping that the next few years you'll find that next quarterback that you don't have to reach for again, and then just assume that Geno Smith takes the reins for now. Even then, that's too much of a risk because now you're spending so much money on these luxury picks, and you don't have enough to support the win column.
You're not getting past Baltimore. You're not getting past. You're not getting past Baltimore. You're not getting past the Chiefs. You're not getting past the Bills. You're not getting past the Steelers. I just don't understand that shit.
It's great for Genty. I mean, he's earned it. He's earned the ability to be drafted that high. But it's just the situation for the team. It just doesn't make enough sense.
I don't see. The thing is with the Raiders have a lot of holes. So it's like they had to choose. They had to choose who was going to, like you said, what position they was going to do. But unfortunately, like you said, I ain't gonna say unfortunately, but I know it's happy for me because the Dallas Cowboys didn't get him. I know them Cowboy fans mad as hell right now because that's who they guaranteed thought they was gonna get.
At the end of the day, I really feel like a lot of these GMs are scared to take Shador Sanders because of whoever that GM that was a coward is scared to put his name on saying that the Shador is not that good. I can respect Will because Will put his name on it. He said, I don't believe that Shador is that good. But I hate when guys go anonymous and say, like, I don't think this guy's going to be good. But they just say AGM anonymously stated
I didn't say he's not good. He's the second best QB in this draft class, but that's not saying a lot because I don't think the QB class this year is particularly deep. But what I did say is that I feel that he's overrated. And a lot of you guys would agree there. I feel like although he's got a high ceiling, I think even he could do with sitting a year to get his attitude in place for the pros rather than coming straight out and starting, in my opinion.
But see, Dion wouldn't want that for his son. and that's
No,
probably
it would.
the deal breaker there.
Yeah.
Like if you're Deion Sanders and you have a son that's going to make it to the NFL, you are not going to accept the fact that he's going to be a backup to Geno Smith of the Raiders.
Yeah. No, I get you. Pedigree will grant you a lot, but what happens if you take that field and you stink up the joint in year one? Your dad's a Hall of Famer, and now what? You know what I'm saying? It's like
It's a painful lesson that like these sons of these athletes, they don't deserve to have taught to them specifically. But it's a lesson that's going to happen nonetheless because these teams, they hold too much high regard for the parents.
Yeah, that's true.
So my boy BP here said the Giants picked up Thibodeau's 5th-year option.
Guess what that means? Prove it year.
What did you say? Prove it.
And see what happened.
All right. Now moving on to the Jets.
The Jets. Good Lord.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select. Please give me a name this time. Armand Membo, offensive tackle, Missouri.
Tackle.
I really, man, this is one of my favorite picks right here.
Yeah.
This man is an absolute dog. I'm just saying, he's an absolute dog.
It goes
he's the best. He's the best tackle in the draft, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. He's got freakishly large hands. Like, if he gets those hands on your breastplate, it's done.
Georgia fans, y'all know about this kid.
Ooh. Body.
Dude, he's just a big, nasty dog type of athlete.
He's just bit nasty. That's what he is. Bit nasty.
By the way, pick is already in for Carolina.
We know where they going.
This might be Jalon Walker right here.
Yeah.
Nah, he's going to the Saints, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, they showing that this Membo kid. Yeah, I see this man blocking field and
that boy putting bodies. He throwing folks out the club.
Yeah, he ain't playing no games. When I see you blocking 15 yards down the field, you're doing something right.
There you go. There you go,
BP. Hopefully he's the kind of tackle that they kind of missed out on with Mekhi Becton a few years back.
Right.
Mekhi Becton ended up being that and more for Philly, you know?
Yeah.
And BP said that boy works at IHOP with them pancakes. So we all say that was a great pickup for him.
Yeah, I love the move for the Jets. They got to protect Justin Fields. They got to protect him. We say you got to protect your quarterback, and you see they did a ditto. The Patriots went offensive line. They went offensive line. That's smart.
Exactly. JETS Jets. Where we going with? Well, like I said, what's going to be the? I'm trying to think of the right question to ask here. So, what do you think that this helps with the projection of the Jets by drafting this kid?
You're just hoping to start some sort of a foundation for an offense, because that's one of the things that Justin Fields has been. His career has evaded a protective offensive line, but he's also not done himself enough favors in order to protect himself too. So there's a little bit of a give and take there. Now you're giving him the help. Is he going to take it?
Yeah, that's fair. I think he needs to realize I'm not getting any younger. My days are taking off and having a 8,000-9,000 yard season are maybe behind me. I need to put more trust in these big guys down front that are going to block for me. I need to feel more secure in the pocket, and I feel like hopefully for him, that's the situation that they're kind of trying to offer him, as you say. But the question is, does he take it, or does he kind of go the more kind of selfish route of going, nah, I've still got some legs, you know? Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Who's
All
their
right, so
offensive coordinator right now?
Oh, I forget.
Is he a new guy for them?
I know Aaron Glenn is the head coach. You know, the defensive coordinator
um,
of the Detroit Lions, but
I
I don't know
forgot.
who the offensive
I
coordinator is.
forgot.
Can't
I
remember
forgot.
right now. But I
So,
think like
so
I think he brought somebody from Detroit. Maybe
Okay. Well, you
might
know,
be.
they're gonna run the ball.
Look,
They're gonna they're gonna run the ball, and they're gonna play good defense. That's what they relying on.
so, Mike, let me ask you a question on this. So by addressing this left tackle position in this draft and giving Justin Fields that money that he got, that 30 guaranteed. Do you think that this is one of those things where the Jets is telling him, okay, you need to get this done here ASAP based on that money?
I think they wishing upon a star, like they was in a Disney commercial or something, right? Because all of this was Justin Fields to give him $30 million, and he's showing you he's nothing more than a check down artist that can run it really well. Is wishing upon a star, but it's one of the safest things that you can do as an organization is take a tackle, one of the most dominant tackles in college football. Like I said, this kid is physical. He is the real deal. But in fact, it's wishing upon a star. And I think if anybody should wish upon a star and take less of a risk because they've done it with a quarterback, they've done it with a wide receiver, it didn't work out. So the best bet for them is to just focus on the trenches, and I think that's the best bet for them because they've been the absolute nightmare for the last 10 years or so. But as far as Justin Fields, y'all already know I'm not gonna pile on him. I think he got enough shit on him already.
And as much as Jets fans are probably going to hate me for reminding them, yeah, the kid has a big ass. Please do not run directly into it, Justin. That is not what you're supposed to do.
Oh wow.
Also, don't throw to the back of his helmet either.
No.
Lord. All right. So
All right, Goodell's walking back up. Let's see what these Pampers got.
I see Goodell got them creases in them shoes already.
All right, with the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers have selected Tedoroya McMillan, wide receiver,
Ted
Arizona.
McMillan.
damn.
Ted McMillan. Well, that was the first surprise right there.
No, it's not because I kind of knew they was gonna probably draft McMillan.
You
That
better
was
be
a
ready for
surprise
this
for
one,
me.
AJ.
That was a surprise for me.
Yeah, that was a surprise for me as well.
Is
Well, so much for Jalon Walker going there.
I'm telling y'all, they drafted them another Drake London. They copying us. He's a physical, strong, athletic receiver.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Facing him twice a year, AJ Terrell better have his fucking.
Yeah, this kid
He's
is
held
freaking.
back, ready to go.
This is a strong ass kid right here.
Mm.
He can play. We definitely gonna have our hands full, but I'm not
Yeah.
worried about him.
Nah.
But I think this is more of a pick, a safety pick for them because Leggett didn't do as well as they thought he was going to do last year. So this is one of those. If Xavier Leggett don't work out, this is his replacement. This is your guy. They wanted Xavier Leggett to be that guy, but he struggled a little bit last year with drops. Now he was a rookie, so we're gonna give him time. They said he had some injuries and stuff like that, but he dealt with the dropsy. So they said we're gonna get somebody that we know gonna catch the ball.
Yeah, I can see that. And I mean, he's proven himself sure-handed rather in college. And as you say, just a big, nasty physical receiver. So, although it's surprising, I think there's a lot of different ways Carolina could have went. But I'm not worried, but I will say concerned because I know what the kid can do.
Yeah, he's a player. Will I seen him go up against Travis Hunter, and that was a real battle. And Travis Hunter, we know how athletic he is, and he got the better of Travis Hunter in some of those highlights I saw.
Yeah, for sure. It's a
Yeah.
strap him up night against this kid. It is.
Oh, got the Saints coming in. What y'all guessing here?
Michael Walker, Michael Williams rather.
You know what? I'm gonna make one of my bold prediction guess here. I'm gonna say Will Johnson.
I'm gonna keep saying it till somebody pick him. Shador Sanders, pick him. If y'all look, Derek Carr is not it. Get y'all quarterback of the future. Stop playing because you're gonna deal with Penix for the next 10 years.
I don't want Will Johnson to become my enemy because I don't need him going to New Orleans. Go somewhere else, anywhere but besides New Orleans.
Like I said, if you in the chat and you already got the pick, do not spoil it for everybody else.
So I think that's the best pick for the Aints. It's the smart pick because if they would have went quarterback or even wide receiver, I think something wrong with them. So like, especially with the financial issues they having in the next couple of years, you better get your offensive lineman. You never go wrong when you draft an offensive lineman when you ain't got money. So
Nah.
Don't worry about it. The Saints gonna be at the bottom of the division again this year.
we know.
So you're saying they're going to take Jackson Dart?
Boy, if they take Jackson Dart, boy, that you talk about throwing the draft out of whack. That would take it all out of whack right there.
For sure.
But the safe pick would be the defensive end, like y'all said, Michael Walker,
Jalen.
Jalen. Yeah, one of them guys because we already know Cam is done. He finished. He toast.
Yeah.
The Saints didn't waste no time. The pick is in.
Here we go.
What? Pick it for what?
They could pick a defensive tackle right here. I don't know.
All
I've seen a
right, here he
few.
is.
All right, so who's up next?
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle,
Oh
Texas.
hell no!
Yeah, it made sense. Made sense.
Damn, bro, we getting
Damn.
tackles off the board quick, boy. Y'all see
There you
this
go.
draft how it's shaping, man. Everybody keep talking about
This draft. Like I said, this draft is getting a little nasty right now.
yes.
Cause a
Everybody,
lot of the edge rushers, everybody we all thought would be gone already, still on the board.
I
exactly.
feel like now, because of this, the trades are going to start happening, and they're going to
But let
start
me
happening
tell you,
quick.
but let me tell you this telling y'all that they are getting back to the days of protecting their quarterback. If you can't protect your quarterback, he's not going to be successful. So
We know it.
I'm liking how this draft is shaping up right now, man.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a solid tackle, and I've watched Kelvin for 4 years, being a Longhorns fan.
Well,
The
never
kid's got-
mind. Pick is in for Chicago right now. No
trust me,
trades.
Oh, here we go.
I remember him last year when he went up when Texas went up to Michigan and exposed our edges. Like I'm talking about, he was just bullying them all game long.
Yeah, the Saints didn't have no choice in this with this pick because Ryan Ramczyk retired, which was I believe their right tackle. So they didn't have no choice. And then Trevor Penning didn't turn out to be what they thought he was gonna be. So they don't have no tackles whatsoever. And if we get Mike Green, you better have somebody that can block a little bit because your quarterback about to get killed.
Yeah, like you said, if you're gonna be running with Spencer Stradler or Derek Carr for next year, man, shit, you better take care of that offensive line for sure. But that was a good pick.
That's a big boy right there.
That big dude right there.
He's another one. He's not quite as good as Membu. He's not quite as strong as Membu, but he gets his hands on you, you're going for a ride. So for everybody in the chat, just like to take this opportunity to just ask if you're in the building, give us a like, a subscribe, a follow, all that good stuff. AFN coming at you live for the next 3 nights, all across the drive. The weekend, just keep you company. Try and keep some semblance of sanity. We can't promise anything, but we'll see what happens.
Something tell me.
I'll try to make my reappearance tomorrow too.
It's good to have the chance to finally share the screen with you, brother.
Likewise. It's been years.
Yeah, apologies, and as I say, it's something I'm looking forward to making up with, especially now we've got the AFN International hopefully getting in the swing. That's why I wanted to use the draft as well, kind of remind the guys that, yeah, this is what we're kind of shooting for, end goal sort of thing.
Yeah, so we got a lot of stuff coming on, guys. Like I said, we're going to hit the AFN International, so y'all stay tuned for that. Like I said, we're going to be busy for for a good minute. So I'll say this. What pick is it, Tim? The 10th pick?
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. It sounds like it's a mile away. Good God Almighty.
Wow. Right, because they ain't doing nothing but talking and wasting time right now. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
So the Bears. What's
See, it's really
the
been
Bears?
mixed up a bit now. Now that Genty's off the board, I had the Bears kid taking Genty for about the last fortnight, man. So that's really kind of threw a spanner in the works for me, so to speak. My mock drafts went to crap already.
They gonna pick. I think they're gonna pick their. Did anybody pick up their receiver from Ohio State yet?
No, I think McMillan's the only receiver off the board yet.
I think the Bears going.
Look, like I said, anybody that gets the draft pick that's in the chat, do not speak of it in the chat. Wait till the panel announces the pick. That is the rule of these draft shows.
Come on, y'all. I came back for how many months and you guys are trying to spoil my presents? All right, with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears have selected in Lambeau Field. Please give me the names. He's talking about Steve McMichael. Okay, never mind.
Rest in peace, Mongo.
Mongo McMichael.
Mongo.
Yes.
What if they shock us and get Kenneth Grant here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know I'm going to cry. You know I'm going to cry.
Now they made the
I'm
selection.
going to cry.
Kenneth Grant.
They've selected. Are we still
okay. We got the Walter page.
Selection.
Okay, nice.
It would probably help if I wasn't trying to lip read and just actually listen, but I can't listen too much because I don't want to cause problems.
Chicago.
This is a lot to do in front of the rivals like stadium.
Exactly. You just sit here trolling at this moment.
I mean,
You was sitting
what are they
there
going to do
trolling.
for? What are they going to do for Detroit, Minnesota?
Mm. Coastal Loveland. Oh no. Oh, my boy with
Yep,
Chicago.
Colson Loveland,
Well,
tight end out of Michigan.
Loveland. God damn it.
Yeah, that boy get like
Nah,
Loveland.
that's
he
it. Now
got
that's
drafted before
interesting.
Lar.
So
He
so
got drafted
so
before
so
Lar. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But
so so
look, I just called that. I'm pulling double duty on it, but I kind of expected them to go because it makes sense, especially with Kyler.
so
Kyler,
so
God damn it,
so
we about the
so
same
so
size as Kyler. Y'all know what I meant.
so they going with some 12, 13 personnel this year to make, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
make it easy on
All
uh
right, no trade once again. 49ers pick is in. This is
ooh,
a very
this bad
like
this ahead
outside of
I
Duval,
don't.
this is a very stable draft.
Yeah.
right.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
go
even
ahead and
feel
say this,
like
fellas.
Loveland was the best
For the
choice for a
Falcons.
tight end in this
Yeah.
class, though. Not
I
quite.
I agree. He is the best at tight end in the draft. I know everybody kept saying Alar, but one thing about that Michigan offense when we won our national championship, like Colston Loveland, man, he was that guy. I know Blake Corum was always talked about. JJ McCarthy with his throws, they showing the highlights now. But Colston, man, he was that weapon on offense that we always went to when they
Mm.
when they shut down Corum and McCarthy. He was struggling, so he had to check down a lot to Coach Loveland. He made something
Mm.
out of nothing out of a lot of those plays.
Dude,
Yeah, well,
like he
to
can
his
run
credit
routes.
in my evaluations, he wasn't too far behind Warren. I did have Warren number one, but I mean, it was pretty close.
Mm.
Yeah, dude,
Okay.
look like he can run routes. I'm looking at this Loveland kid. He look like he gonna be the perfect fit for Caleb Williams. When you talk
Yep.
about a security blanket, and it looked
Oh
like
yeah.
he got the H back too, because I see him lined up in the backfield. So as a
But
Yeah.
Jude,
fullback,
Mm-hmm.
the thing is about Chicago is the field. So I think it's the best bet for them to take a tight end that's going to be an extra target because they already got one tight end. But
yeah,
again, with that field, man, like I don't know if a wide receiver would want to play on that field. It's bad when it's cold.
oh yeah, Soldier Field, you don't want to play there. We seen the
Yep.
Falcons play there. That side ain't the best out there.
Yeah, but Coach
No.
said he's good at playing in the cold. So,
Oh yeah, he like he a player.
oh, yeah.
He gonna be a good player for the Chicago. That was a good pick because
he, he was the main pieces of our offense in last year in the our championship season in 23.
Mm.
yeah,
So how's everybody liking how the draft is playing out so far? I mean, I know Don is loving the hell out of it because most of Michigan players getting took right now. But how's everybody else feeling about how the draft is playing out right now?
I
I love it,
so
Case.
I don't know how I don't know how these conversations have gone with y'all because of how out of the loop I've been, but I didn't think that we would have to get to the question. It's like, all right, well now let's just say that like every pass rusher is available on the table. Like now, who's the number one target? Like, is it just going to be obviously Jalon Walker for us because I think he is like the most versatile option for us, you know? But do we do something different from that? Like, because we only have a few more pits to go, but like it's getting a lot closer to determining like now we got to pick. We have our own pick of the litter here, and I wasn't expecting this.
Nah, I'm right there with you, Noah, man. It's crazy. Like I seen this playing out several ways, but I at least thought two. Well, in my mock, four edges were gone by now. So to be in
Yeah,
this position is pretty crazy.
There you go. BP just said it. 15 looking like trade bait because depending on how we have our depending on how we have our draft board set up, you got like you
Yeah.
said, pick of the litter. Everybody's still on the board. So if you want to trade back, say like Michael Walker's still on the board, Jalon Walker's still on the board. I mean, you could trade if you really trade back, pick up some more assets, or you could just get you.
But
It's,
the one thing that I have
it,
been learning about this defensive line class is that, it's a wide pool and there's a lot of depth to it. Now, how deep are you willing to go? That's the question that Terry Fontenot is going to have to ask. But as of right now, I would rather, because it's not just the top guys that are still available. It's like everyone underneath them that we wouldn't think like in rounds 2 and in rounds 3 that might still be available afterwards. Of course, we could expect a run here, but given how the back end of the draft is, and given our very few selection of picks, I see us trading back out of this 15th spot.
I think it depends on the next couple picks. If a lot of edges come off in the next couple picks, then they'll probably sit there at 15.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that enticing.
Yeah.
right.
Especially for those later kind of teams, because they're not going to be all that desperate. But if you're on the fringe, if you're a wild card team and you just want one extra pass rusher in order to help you out, or at least a little bit more of a guarantee, then I say you take it.
And then how far are you comfortable trading back also? I mean, if you want a pass rusher of real quality, if they start flying off the board and you still want to pick up capital, you really need to weigh that up and decide what you think is going to be the best strategy.
And why in the world are they showing Shador? He ain't going to the 49ers.
Nah, he going to the Cowboys. He going to the Cowboys.
That'll be interesting.
He's going to the Cowboys.
They showing them with the 49ers on the clock. Y'all go ahead and pay Brock Purdy and stop playing.
Yeah, you go ahead and pay that ham sandwich. That much money. That's all he's working with, damn ham sandwich. Look, if I was them, I'm going to say this, and somebody brought it to my attention. But if I were, I would do this. This probably make me a scumbag of the universe, but I don't care. I would draft the door right here and trade Brock Purdy. I'm not paying him $50 million because he's not working. I'm drafting a quarterback and get rid of that piece of shit. I don't think Brock Purdy is very good.
You know what? I think you're right, Mike. I think you're right.
Mike, he's the next big thing, though.
The next big thing.
We ain't talking about no Brock Lesnar over here.
I'm sorry, he's the next All-American poster boy. He's a poster boy. He's not a very good quarterback. He's a system quarterback, and it just so happens that the system is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I wholeheartedly agree. I'm not paying $50 million for a system quarterback.
Yeah.
All right. The pick is in. The selection is available. Roger Goodell's at the podium for us. Let's see if they have any other theatrics to add to this. They're going to have a round of applause for whatever reason. I don't know, because are they celebrating the amount of 49ers wins against the Packers? I don't know what's going on here.
Ooh.
All right. 11th pick. They select Michael Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I knew they were gonna take one of them.
Yeah, it was either him or Shamar Stewart.
Y'all know Lynch. He gonna get his pass rushers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 3 more picks to go. I mean,
Dallas gonna pick Shador. They're gonna do the most Dallas Cowboy thing ever.
I like that pick for Michael Williams to the 49ers. Put him on the other side of Bosa. Yeah, that's nasty.
Right. Again, you boys are likely to come for me, but the Cowboys are my second team because that's my mom's team. So I'm looking forward to this one. And if it's Shador, I'm looking forward to taking it apart.
If it's Shador, my wife's going to be happy because she don't like that.
I am going to murder. Look, I'm a hand. Listen to me right here, white boy. Okay, listen to me, goddammit. Don't you ever bring your ass back to Atlanta. You don't took my mic here, Wayne. Are you kidding me? I've been, oh my God, I've been ranting and raving about this dude, and he take his ass to the San Francisco 49ers. Then I tell you, oh my God, I told you he had the perfect NFL body, and this one mistake. John Lynch, you and Kyle Shanahan, y'all are no longer welcome in Atlanta. Ever. Ever.
I wasn't gonna let him ever before this.
Oh my God. No, he definitely ain't come back now. You took Mike Williams, are you kidding? Oh my God, bro. You know how bad I've been wanting to do? Y'all have no idea how bad I want Mike Williams. Oh my God.
Listen,
I can't believe it. I'm hurt,
I'm not.
y'all. I'm really hurt.
Look,
I'm really hurt.
I knew one of the Georgia players was going. I just didn't know which one it was going to be.
Wow. Y'all really did this to me.
Yeah, it did.
They really don't like me, do they? God.
What? This goes back to that last draft where they took your favorite pass rusher, my favorite, and the Buffalo took your
Yes.
favorite. Yeah.
Yes,
Remember a few years ago we wanted Kinlaw. They took Kinlaw. They always
they took him too. They just have a oh boy.
Oh shit.
No, you're on, mate. Your
Sucker.
mic's on mute.
Tyler Bucker, guard out of Alabama.
Huh?
Yeah. Look, I love it.
All right,
Oh,
Will. How are we feeling?
they some protection up front.
That's a name that I didn't expect to be in the first round.
Y'all got to remember, Zach Martin retired, guys.
No, that's high.
Like,
No.
You got
yeah,
to replace Zach Martin.
I had him comped around 18 to 20, but it's 12, so it's not bad.
Yeah, it's a little. That's why I said it's a little bit higher than I expected from that.
It's a reach, y'all, but they had to do it because Zach Martin retired.
The Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
He was traded back.
That right there is payback for us taking Birdie's run right there.
Yep, exactly. And Zach
They
Martin.
needed another guard.
Yeah, they got to replace Zach Martin.
Let's see if he'll eventually get in the Madden 99 overall club.
But
they should have traded back right there, though, guys. They could have traded back and still got him, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
The run on offensive lineman didn't show you how bad the quarterback position is gotten. Like the quarterback position is so bad fundamentally. Like you have to depend on the offensive line in the run game now because the quarterbacks are just no good. So I actually like to see the run on offensive lineman right now. So we're getting back to value in the running game and value in the trenches. So this is a good sign for the NFL in its entirety.
Oh Lord. So what y'all think? What y'all think? Miami on the clock. What y'all think? I'm gonna make another guess here. I'm gonna make a guess here. I'm gonna say it's gonna be Malachi Starks here. Cause they gotta replace that free safety. They gotta replace that safety position.
Do they still got Holland, K, or did they?
Nah, Holland with the Giants now.
Oh yeah, well you're right, man. They going safety. It's either him or Nick Imanwari.
Yeah, right.
If I know that's not going to happen, but if I might throw a wrench into things, Shedeur Sanders here.
Always.
Boy, you gonna throw Shedeur Sanders in my? Oh Lord.
Look, if you're going to keep having that problem with Tua, you can't be like relying on most of the season using your backup quarterback and you don't trust who it is.
Shedeur in that offense would be.
Yeah, I don't trust. I don't. So maybe this is the one for sure. Who knows?
Again, I know it's not going to happen, but I just something I wanted to think about. And if it's not for them, it would be for Indy.
Oh, Indy's in
I'm
the
just
mix.
saying, like these
Yeah,
these are the two
for sure.
these are the two teams that like they could use a quarterback. But
Or
I don't
trade
think
up.
Indy's going to be in the
Mhm.
race. I don't think Indy's going to be in the race for this year. I think Indy's going to purposely suck for Arch.
Yeah.
I think Indy gonna go defense.
Well, Will
We're gonna see.
Johnson.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go defense,
Maybe.
but Miami, they could go either way. I mean, that's interesting. You say Shador. His dad is from Fort Myers, Florida, and he would definitely have weapons. And I like him with that coach McDaniel. Him with McDaniel's as his offensive coordinator with all of those weapons. Yeah, that would be something.
I think they go. I think they go lineman. Right.
Yeah, you're probably right though.
They
But they
need
paid
they
Tua that big contract, so
will getting all these injuries, but they need a line. They either
I
go
think
get a line. Who's the next best running back in this?
Marion Hampton.
Yeah, he's late first, right?
yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
He
Yeah, ain't no,
dropping now
Yeah,
though
middle.
because of all of these the way
yeah,
that the draft is falling. He probably not gonna get picked as high, but he's that dude. He's physical,
mm-hmm.
contact balance as far as a runner. Played in North Carolina. He's a really good running back. So he right after behind Genty. So but
Yeah.
I
But
wouldn't take him in the first round though. I would let it I think he could fall to the second round. Way the board is
well, yeah. But I really don't see the Dolphins really getting no running backs here. Just the simple fact that Devon A. Chain is like their main big play explosive guy.
exactly. And they run
Even
that
though,
offense like Kyle Shanahan, K, where you can plug
mhm,
in anybody, plug and play in that position.
right,
They had Raheem Mostert too, the dude from the 49ers on that team.
right, which makes
It's
sense
not a
with
backup
Mike
center.
McDaniel. Mike, what you thinking here, Mike? Don Dolphins. Where you think they could go here?
Like I said, I think they go in guard, not guard, but I think they go in offensive lineman.
Okay. Who do you
That
which offensive lineman you thinking? If
they
you
need
if you had to guess.
guard, in my opinion. But they could go linebacker here too. Like they really need,
Cool.
and they need a leader. On that in that front seven with a linebacker. So
I think
Could
the
you
value of that position will come up later, though.
huh?
I think the value of a linebacker will still appear for them later.
It
Yeah,
can, but
that's true.
if they want the best linebacker in the draft, like here.
I
There's
say
56 eligible linebackers this year. 56. There is plenty of depth third, fourth round when it comes to linebacker. When it comes to edge as well, there's plenty. So I
safety.
don't know. Yeah, maybe safety.
It's gonna
I
either
can
be
Yeah,
see
they could use
Starks.
that.
they lost Holland, so because they lost Holland, they got to replace it. So it's gonna either
Yeah.
be Starks or even Worry. They got to replace that. I don't know why they didn't pay Holland to be honest.
Nah, I would have.
like I said, but I don't know where they're gonna go with this.
This is probably
Well,
one of the only time I really
whichever way
don't
they
know where
go,
they
is
gonna
what
go.
I think this pick right here is going to determine who the Falcons are going to pick.
All
I
right.
can
You know,
agree with that.
Pick is in. Goodell's walking up.
Here we go then.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins have selected Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Fuck.
You bastards! You motherfucking bastards!
Wow.
God damn,
That was my boy.
man! I was hoping you would me, man.
Wow. 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 Well, that kind of changes a lot of game plans right there.
But hey, I mean,
Yeah, they do.
It changed a lot of
I
game
just
plans.
said whoever they pick, I was draft.
Yeah.
Hold on, who?
Kenneth Grant.
Another Wolverine, another stud.
Colts pick is already in.
That makes sense for them. 'Cause
That
they-
makes sense, but that throws a wrench in quite a few teams' plans right there. Because
Yeah.
nobody. I'm gonna say everybody thought Kenneth Grant would have been like late first round.
Hey, one more, god dang it. One more, god dang it.
everybody kept saying that Kenneth Grant was going to go to the Chargers because of
Mhm.
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
They should have traded up to get him.
Mhm.
They probably would have had the opportunity
Everybody
to.
talking about Kenneth Grant. He just gonna be a late first or second round. I'm like, well, y'all crazy.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Interior defensive lineman isn't hugely deep when it comes to players of that ilk, that caliber. I mean,
Yeah.
after 2 or 3, maybe 4 guys, there is quite a bit of a drop off, especially at D tackle.
Mm-hmm. I compare him as he's a fast, lighter version of Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah,
Like,
that dude is
got
special.
it.
Man.
You
Y'all see
got
this
it.
man running 20 yards down the field?
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah, man. I've seen this man play every Saturday, and you know on the weekdays when we was in the playoffs. So yeah, but I was just hoping he could have felt for us, man. It is what it is.
he a game changer, definitely. But that's to replace Christian Wilkins because he was in the Miami for a while, but he didn't turn into what they thought he was going to be. He ended up going to Las Vegas last year in free agency, so they had to replace it.
That's crazy. Michigan guy replaced the Clemson guy.
Let me definitely give a shout out to all the people that's watching all these lives right now. Like I said, man, we over here on the Heavy Hitters Live, Mad Mike Sports, Mad Mike Network, System K Live, Atlanta Falcon Nation, Coach Unchained. Like you said, man, we literally got 6 lives going on right now, and we definitely appreciate y'all tuning in to all of them. So where do y'all think the Colts go with this one?
Maybe Pierce
Nope.
Jr. I'm thinking
Well,
defense.
let's hang on because they already have selected Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State.
Oh,
Hey,
snap.
Drew still on the board, ain't he?
Oh
Jalon
Lord,
Walker's still on the board.
Jalon Walker on the board.
Hope Johnson's still on the board.
Oh,
Starks is still on the board.
this is
Fun.
getting nasty. It's getting nasty, y'all.
Again,
I don't think we're not picking Will Johnson.
Nah.
but do we take a pick at all? Do we trade back right now?
We
I
ain't
don't.
trading.
It's right there.
I don't know.
Don't do it.
I
mean,
mean,
Fuck it up, boys.
it'd be good to draft Will Johnson, but the smart thing to do is to not draft him and draft a team need. Like you need something like that fits our system.
Yeah.
Will can fit our system. He plays both zone and man. However, we are zone heavy.
Hey, look. He could either be a goat or he could be a goat for this pick. He could be a great one.
He could be a go to lamb chops. It's your choice.
Exactly.
You be a go to. You can be a rack of lamb.
Exactly.
We have 6 minutes left to draft. I'm still not seeing the pick is in. I think
Yeah,
Terry's
I think they may be shopping this. They either shopping this pick or they caught between a rock and a hard place with who they want.
I mean, it's not even probably that. It's like how far are they willing to go back?
Yeah, because there's about to be some studs flying off the board left, right, and centre. So
Man,
how
and we
far do
trade
you
this
feel
pick.
comfortable going back and still picking up your guy?
Man, and we trade this pick. Lord have mercy.
Don't do it. He just need to go and take
Well,
the
look,
pick.
look,
Make a
even
pick.
if you take who you feel like is the best player here, you're only left with 4 picks left to go with the rest of the week.
He can
Assuming
trade
we
the
can't
second
trade
round.
back in.
Trade. You're right.
So
Right.
you can trade that
If
second
you
pick
trade,
to get up,
if you
but
trade
more.
that back in, now you're still. I'd rather give you more resources in the future, not less.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
you can trade the second pick. You don't have to trade the first round pick to get more picks.
Right. They got to show me that they worthy of even trading back. Pick the right people when you have just because you got more picks don't mean you're gonna pick the right person. So my thing with them is if you got your guys on the board, take them. You still got more picks to trade back if that's what you want to do. But you need an impact player here. That's what you said. So take who you want. Your guys are there for you. You got Walker, you got Mike Green, you got plenty of guys
I,
right there.
I got a feeling it's gonna be a cornerback. I hope I'm so wrong, but I just got a bad feeling.
I hope
I got a bad feeling. I hope
I
I'm
get,
wrong, but
I get,
I'm
I just,
so
I
excited.
I
look.
feel better about a safety.
This is gonna be wild because I'm just getting this weird feeling. I just getting this weird feeling. It's gonna be somebody that we ain't even thinking about.
Man, look, let me tell you, man. Every year is always this way. We always get it time. So this is like opening the gift on Christmas Day. You don't know what's in the damn box, but we're gonna find out here in a minute.
Yeah.
As long as you don't do no Bill Belichick type stuff, Cole Strange, don't do none of that. Nobody ever heard.
Oh no.
We have 3:30 on the draft clock for the pick clock for us, and still no
Still no news.
They gonna wait till the
no
damn let
still
all
no
they
pick is in.
Yeah, that man ain't slick, bro. He is not slick.
do.
He say no, sir, my school.
He ain't slick. That man, like you said, that man try to get that suspense up.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. But why they doing us like this? We already.
But like teams like Carolina, the shitty teams that know they need all the time in the world to pick they fortune. They fortune. Here we go. We waiting for the last minute. Oh no, what happened to the
On the dang
Well, have
on
you not gotten used to this as a
kickoff.
Falcons fan? It's nothing but drama. Like we can't do anything without a little bit of drama. Where's the fun in that?
Man,
That boy
How
on the
can we
phone.
pick? They took the ticker off the damn screen. I hate NFL Network, but I know they better.
Everybody ignoring Terry Call now. We don't want it.
Yeah, they probably trying to trade away. They ain't finding nobody.
That phone going straight to dial tone.
what's that? Dun, 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 dun.
For Spanish, press 2.
Like I said, if anybody in the chat already see the pick, do not spoil it for the rest of the people in the chat.
Lord have mercy. I can't do this.
Minute 35. Still no pick in.
Still no pick.
Come on, boys.
Maxwell Harrison probably be a good one.
You
Keep the picks going in the chat while you can, guys. A minute and a half to go. Who we going with? If anyone.
Dang, Arthur Blank, he got the John B haircut.
Y'all go ahead and get Mike Green. Stop playing.
He been going to the same barber. Raheem.
Do not get Mike Green.
Lord,
Do not
okay.
fucking take that, man.
I'm
this pick
Bro,
gonna
we got
so this
so
pick gonna
starting
tell me
all these
who's in charge. This pick is gonna tell me who's in charge.
Less than a minute left.
because they
Why are
get
they
them. They
showing Shador?
If they get an edge rusher, this is a Jeff Obert pick. If they get a
Or
defensive
they can
back,
get Cap.
he said they can do what?
They
Nah.
a linebacker. I don't know.
30 seconds.
Maybe.
Oh, pick is in.
Oh
They
Lord.
finally cut the theatrics after 9.5 minutes.
Uh-oh. You're showing Jalon Walker. Why y'all showing him? Is that for a good reason?
Here
Oh
they
Lord.
are saying, here are the notable quarterback slides you've seen. Anyways, here comes the Falcons.
I'm like, bro, I'm bad now. No, do it. Don't do this. What'd you say? Don't do this. Motherfucking Falcons fans already antsy as hell now. Don't do this.
Brace yourselves, boys.
Exactly. Long snapper from Wichita State. You motherfucker go riot.
Did I not tell you, boys? I told Mike last week it's me. My phone's actually buzzing. They sent me the text.
Exactly.
Don't say that. We
Crap,
don't have
my phone's on the other side of the bed. I know I dressed up, but hang on now. I wasn't gone this entire time training for the draft,
You throw them up, I'll bring them in, brother.
Ugh.
All right. All right. It's supposed to be the pick here. Okay. What the hell?
They're showing the crowd of Packers fans. They're getting ready to watch the Falcons select. I don't know what the camera work is going on for.
Bro, damn, this is a suspense.
Before the pick comes out, just a shout out to the Ladybirds of AFN. They're down representing at the event itself down at the stadium tonight. So,
Yes,
ladies,
sir.
here
Yes,
we go.
sir.
All right, Goodell's walking up to the podium. He's got the card in hand, smile on his face. With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, our Atlanta Falcons have selected Jalon Walker,
What I told y'all.
linebacker, Georgia.
Let's go.
I told you. Didn't I tell y'all he's a perfect fit?
All right.
Didn't I Mike tell y'all that? I told you, baby. I told you.
Let's go, Jalon.
I told you he was a perfect. I told you he's a perfect fit for what Raheem does. This is an absolute amazing pick. He has the athleticism. He has the experience to play in the middle of the field as well as on the edge. This guy is absolutely perfect for what Raheem and what Jeff Ulbrich wants to do. Not only does he go from a school that Georgia Bulldogs, where you have the NFL program, we're talking about, he has the experience to play around big defensive tackles as well as edge. This dude is an absolute stud athletically, and he has the experience. And one thing that I like more about what I like about Jalon Walker, I like that he is vocal. This Atlanta Falcons team, they need someone that is vocal and who is willing to get in these players' ass on the field. So this guy, you look at all his teammates at the University of Georgia. Every last one of these guys said he is the vocal leader. We need this. Enough of the Brady Jerry, enough of the quiet boys. We need somebody who's gonna step up and speak. Thank you, Falcons, for doing the right thing with Jalon Walker.
But Mike, let me tell you something. You know what this means, right? You know what this means.
What's that?
This means you have 6 linebackers that can play all 4 spots.
All 3. That's perfect, though. That's perfect for what the Falcons are doing. We saw these guys in coverage with our linebackers more than what we needed to. And this is why I look at Michael Williams. Yes, he's a hell of an athlete, but when you have the experience of Jalon Walker, who can not only play on the edge and play just as well as a guy like Mike Green, just as well as a guy like Abdul Carter, this dude is a supreme athlete on the edge, but he's a damn good linebacker who has the experience to play as a middle linebacker. You don't find that type of versatility in the draft like that. So I love this pick from the Atlanta Falcons.
So I guess from Falcon fans, this was an A plus draft right here.
Well, now we're still uncertain about that long snapper from Wichita State, though. I
Yeah,
mean, he's
yeah.
going to slide now in the draft, and it's unfortunate for him.
Sham Buckle Bumblefuck, he's still out there, man. We can get him in the second round.
Sure.
I said bring us an impact player, and we just got us one, ladies and gentlemen. I like this move. There's another legendary number 11 coming to the Atlanta Falcons. I love this move by the Falcons. Now you get versatility, as Mike talked about, the middle of the field being an issue last year. That ceases with Jalon Walker. Now you give Caden Ellis more opportunities to play on the edge, and now you can be more versatile with your linebackers. Now teams are not going to really know what you're going to do. You can play some amoeba type defense because you got guys that can move all over the place. So I like this
And
move.
that
and
and that is exactly Jeff Ulbrich's specialty.
this is why
Yeah.
this is why I love to pick. And like Jalen Walker was on my mind, but I really didn't want to say it because every time I get my hopes up, they end up going left and picking somebody else. But Walker, man, he brings that leadership to the linebacker core that they really need, man. He's a very smart, high IQ linebacker, man. Like you can't really ask for a better complete linebacker than Jalen Walker, in my opinion.
Like I said, like I
I,
said,
I really,
my bad, dog. Keep going.
I would say I just really do like this pick. This is something that we've been needing.
Mhm.
Like Caden Ellis, yes, he's good. Troy Anderson, if he can stay healthy, we got a solid player in him. But
Right.
this bolster up our linebacker core because again, we're not. I don't think they're gonna get bigger in the as far as like the defensive line goes, like in size. But you have freakish linebacker athletes that can actually make plays. So that's and they very Walker's fast. What was his 40?
Like 4.344 or something like that.
That's
Hmm.
fast as hell for his size. But yeah, like this is what we need. So this is a system fit guy for Ulbrich. And we know Ulbrich, his linebacker. We good.
Pick is
And
in
plus,
for Arizona.
Yeah, I'm good with that. And I'm just going to echo pretty much what you all said, as well as Brian, B Peeps over there in the chat. A leader on offense and defense now with Penix and Walker. It was a great pick.
yeah, there you go.
Athletically, he's a stud. As Mike said as well, he can come up, play on the edge, or he's a very versatile linebacker. He can play outside, he can play inside. If he frees up Ellis, he gives us a lot of different options. There's still that niggling possibility of do we bring Matt Judon back? If we do, that's just another option, another free body inside the box. I can go on all night about this kid, but I won't say anything that hasn't already been said. It's a great pick.
All right. So with the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals have selected Walter Nolan, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss.
This is a man.
Oh wow, what's
Mm, that's a whole lot, man.
This is a man of a man. If y'all watch his highlight, man, that boy got.
Exactly.
You can also
See,
Okay.
line him up, but I think Arizona they may end up flirting with him on the outside.
see, I'm waiting for the people that are going to be like, "Oh man, we could have had this guy instead," in these picks afterwards.
Mhm. But here's the thing, and then this is what I was gonna say about what Don was saying about the size up front. Like you said, you have multiple opportunities to get that defensive tackle in this draft, whether it be the second round, or like you said, they may use some picks to trade up in the third round if they got a third round pick,
But
fourth round.
we got a Walter Nolan already in rookie. Like if you think about it, like my thing is too like the only defensive tackle that's in this draft that that can make an impact week one on the first play is Mason Graham. But
Right.
that man is like these guys don't they got to develop. So with Jalen Walker, man, we know what we got in him. He's going to give you that impact week one on the first defensive snap.
I'm just glad the Falcons didn't fall into that Shamar Stewart trap.
Now we got Cincinnati on the clock. Do you think they finally get the hint and be like, maybe we can go defense, or if we're starting to see a run here?
I think they getting Will Johnson. Like Cincinnati, they have a history of picking Michigan corners.
Shit, they got a
I
history of
could see
picking
Will
Michigan
Johnson playing
players in
Cincy.
general.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Bus with the $2. He said, "About damn time."
Hell yeah.
See, my one last question, because I'm gonna be honest, I've not done a ton of scouting. This is like the 1 year in which I've taken a year off, just kind of protecting myself, in real life. So as a result of this, I just got to ask: are people excited because he's a great player, or are people excited because he's from Georgia?
They're more. I think it's half and half. I mean, you got like you said, it's half and half. But
Yes.
I would say, like I said, just like I said, they said, yeah, Jalen Walker, Caden Ellis, Troy Anderson, D'Angelo Malone, Divine Diablo. Like I said,
That's a
you
hell of
have
a
five.
linebacker.
You got five versatile linebackers right there in itself.
This is the right move, and I don't want to talk about the Georgia Bulldog because let's just keep it positive. But this is the right pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not the right pick because he's from Georgia. It's the right pick because of the scheme fit. That's what the Atlanta Falcons want to do. They want to use a lot of zone blitz principles in this
Mhm.
defense. But in order to have that, you have to have that versatility and athleticism to be able to do that. And one of the things that I saw this year with the Atlanta Falcons is that a lot of teams they were attacking the Atlanta Falcons in the middle of the field and on the edge
Mhm.
a lot. And they were deliberately going after it. But like I said, with a guy like Jalen, man, I've seen this guy up close and personal for the last 3 years or so. This dude is the real deal. And you can just move him all around the field and he makes an impact at what you want him to do. He tackles well. He's good and physical on the edge. The guy is pretty good. I wouldn't say excellent as a cover guy, but he can cover a lot better than Caden Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you look at what he can do, um, he's more of a sure thing than Troy Anderson. All right, he's more of a sure thing than Troy Anderson, obviously because of injuries and whatnot. But this guy's a hell of an athlete. He's incredibly smart. But most of all, I think he's a leader, and I think that's the thing with Jalen Walker that you're getting. You're getting a leader.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of people talking about trading with the Jaguars to get Trayvon Walker. That's his name. Uh, this guy Jalen way better. So
See,
again,
because
this is a great pick. Again, I'm not a Georgia fan, so like, and if I say this is a great pick, like I'm telling y'all, like we definitely gonna improve.
Yeah,
So
I'm right there with you, brother. I'm a Texas Longhorns fan first and foremost, and y'all kicked our asses this year, and that kid's a
So,
stud.
so let me ask the question. Can I ask everybody a question now? Does the Jalen Walker pick now puts Terry Fontenot off the hot seat?
Not
yeah,
necessarily.
but what who the fans the organization
I'm talking about with the fans.
he picked the Georgia player, so he off the hot seat.
Yeah, with the fans,
I'm
yeah, he definitely off the
I'm
hook
just
for the fans.
straight up honest with you. Like, oh yeah, Georgia we finally got a dog. Like, oh, I don't care about all that school stuff. But like, can you come like again? I did not want Will Johnson to be a Falcon. I didn't, because I know he's gonna fail here, and that's not what we really need right now. We need somebody. I've been saying we need somebody in that front seven, or if we do get a DB, it needs to be a safety.
So
So,
what if he takes two Georgia players back to back?
They're gonna pick up his tab if it bars around.
I think hold on. This might be the Nick Amawari pick right here.
All right, here it is. With the
I'm taking a
17th
guess.
pick in
Could
the
be.
2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals have selected. We are looking at Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M.
Oh God.
They
Okay.
picked
Boy,
the athletic version.
that is a straight project right there.
Yeah, but look, K Styles. They picked the athletic version of Travis Scott.
Shut up, Don. Shut the hell up, Don. So you say he gonna get smacked up? He gonna get smacked up on the line of scrimmage?
Yep. I mean, he got that fast first step, but my thing is, if he
Bruh,
like,
bruh, his tape is absolutely horrible.
and that's what I'm saying. Like they showing all these highlights, and I'm like, bro, like if a tackle get a hold of him, bro, he screwed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
Bruh,
how good your first step is if you end up
That's what I'm
getting
saying. Like
pushed out on that first step.
sometimes that fast step it'll come in, but at the same time,
dude.
like again, he's a straight up project. He got to learn the more moves, and he don't
Mhm.
have.
Cause the thing about it is you gotta, like you said, this is the key thing too. And I think Noah would tell you this. When you be looking at a lot of these players' highlights, you can look at the highlights, but you want to look at the snaps in these games. And for what Shamar Stewart, what I saw from him, he's mostly he's basically John Cena on the field outside of maybe one play a game.
Because, man, I don't know any Bengals fans in real life, but if you are a Bengals fan and you'd be like, all right, we just got Shamar Stewart, I feel like I would have rather been happier going for another offensive player. Like, yeah,
Right.
just let me be that stereotype. Just let me be the person. Let me be the team that only cares about offense. If this is the pick you're gonna give me instead, like,
That
Like you said,
uh,
Shamar Stewart is basically a guy who benefited from him being of the build. People fell in love with the athleticism, the physical tools that he had.
Mhm.
yep.
oh well, you're still gonna have to score 50 points a game.
This pick Shamar just remind me a lot like
Where Shamar went?
Texas A&M,
No, where he hasn't
Cincinnati
brought come
Bengals.
off
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Yeesh.
Zach,
Well,
Yeah,
at this point, Zach Taylor, he trying to lose his job.
nah, I think he's trying to get rid of old Henderson. I think that's Henderson's
that's the word.
replacement.
Well, it's not even that. It's Sam Hubbard's gone too.
Mm.
Pick is in for
That
Seattle now.
Seattle, what do they need? Quarterback? I would
Look at
think
Sam
so.
Donald.
yeah, that's like
I'm
they did
playing
this.
quarterback, okay? That man ain't no damn quarterback.
They still got Sam Darnold.
And I still say he ain't no damn quarterback. The bum ass. But is he a long term though? I don't know if he's long term. I wouldn't trust no Sam Darnold to be honest. I wouldn't.
Don't they have the other Sam behind him too? Sam Howell.
You know what, Noah? We're not doing this. We're not talking about the bum. Sam Darnold and Sam Howell. Are you kidding me?
The Sam's I
But
ams.
the Sam's I am. But if I was to do it, I wouldn't want to go no damn Seattle. Too damn cold up there. Them diamonds that he has, they probably freeze on top of freeze. Yeah, that was lame as hell. I don't know why I said that.
Okay, the last really like important pick for us to look out for is Tampa Bay's, right? This is right after Seattle. Is there anybody you guys are afraid of them potentially taking?
No, that
No,
team is old. That team is old. They need to. They're going to be where the Saints are in a few years, to be honest. So it's like they're trying to make one more run, and I understand why, but I
All
don't
right,
think
here we
it.
go.
I don't think it
With
matters.
the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected Gray Zabel, guard out of North Dakota State.
Okay.
Wow,
That, that's
that's
not a bad
another
pick.
guard.
You
Yeah,
seen any
that's
film
another
on this
guard.
kid? This kid is an absolute stud. Like
Yeah.
I had him as my number one guard, believe it or not. Like I just love that first step. He plays with a will and with a kind of a hard nose style that you don't see in a lot of these guards. He's not necessarily a pulling guard. He's just going to sit there and he's going to maul you. But I like that. And as we say, there's a lot of players in this class that are kind of taking it back a ways to a different
I
era.
mean,
If you know what
And
I'm saying.
I had
I
him.
was
Go ahead.
I would say one thing. This is Andy Reid got some explaining to do because this dude looked like he could be Andy Reid's son. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Don.
But now, what I was saying with Zabel, like I had him as a pick for us to be the center because he can play every position on the line. But like as a guard, he's better at a guard. And like you seen his tape, anytime he pulled on run plays, man, it's like poetry in motion, man. Like dude can get out there and like just clean somebody's clock.
But that's the one thing I do kind of notice, like, cause there's a lot of the offensive linemen coming from North Dakota State. A lot of these guys are very mobile.
Yeah, because you know why? Because their quarterbacks are mobile. So you gotta have the type of line. Your linemen have to reflect that style of your quarterback.
But that was, like you say, I guess we say that pick was an approval pick from the panel.
Mm. It's a good pick for Seattle. Again, it's teams understanding that yeah, you can get this quarterback in your system, but you don't have the guys up front to protect them.
Mm-hmm.
See your money. You wasting money, you wasting picks, and you
Mm-hmm.
wasting people's time.
Yeah, it's a game of fundamentals, and if the fundamentals ain't right, you ain't going to win many games.
Yeah, Seattle's definitely in another weird spot where it's like they're still going to compete for San Francisco. They're still going to compete for the Rams, which is probably the more threatening of the two teams in the division right now. But
Caden and Jalen, ain't that something?
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, you got Troy in the middle. You can interchange. Oh my God, I'm getting hard on y'all. I'm sorry.
don't forget Devon Diablo, who's wearing the dreaded number 0.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's one half.
How very dare he?
How dare he stand in the place where Lorenzo Carter once stood?
Hell, Lorenzo Carter wearing that number 0. Hell, half the time we forgot he was on the motherfucking field. So I don't know how the hell y'all got mad.
Folks are already calling him our next Jesse Tuggle.
Well, I feel like
Wow,
Divine
really?
missed a trick as well because I mean, being named Diablo and not asking for number 6 to get the metalheads on board is disappointing.
Damn. No, here you go. Let's say Tank It Pooh said, no one mentioned Jalon Walker destroying Kelvin Banks in the 2 games versus Texas. We get to see that matchup in the NFC South for years to come.
No, sir. I did speak up to his credit. I am a Texas fan, and I said y'all kicked our ass, and fair play for that. Y'all heard me say it. I'm a Longhorns man, but I'll give you your due. You slayed us this year. And we're coming back next year for that ass.
Hey, like I said, man, versatility. Like you said, if you like you said, you look at how this defense is constructed, and Don said it perfectly. This is Jim. This is Jeff Olbricht. Perfect perfection right here. You got a lot of versatility in your linebacker core.
I'm reading the comments on Facebook under the post that we drafted Jalen Walker. Everybody just keep talking about Bulldogs. I'm like, do y'all
Man, like you said, that's the Bulldog fans and some of these folks. Like you said, they don't matter here. We talking about the
Again,
motherfucker.
it's why I asked the
well,
question. It's like,
I
are
guess
people just excited because they're Bulldogs fans?
yeah. I'm guessing some of
Most
those
of
Eagle
it.
fans, those new turn Eagle fans, they're gonna come back as being Falcons fans now.
Oh, don't get me wrong, though. There are a lot of those guys. They've crawled out of the woodwork a lot for all these Georgia products this year, but I think there is a genuine reaction given how good this kid actually is.
Hmm. Nah, for the people that actually watch the Falcons are the
Wow.
ones.
I thought this was a fair shot. This was a far going, like a long shot, but like Shador Sanders percent chance available entering tonight, a 49% chance that he would land in Miami. I was just throwing that out there as a guess. 'Cause I didn't think I'd be right with it, but man,
Wow.
turns out that was almost a
Uh,
coin odds of him going there.
Dion put it out a tweet. He said the disrespect would be rejected.
Mm,
Well, you have
that's
a
all
Yeah.
well and good to
70% chance to
say.
go to Pittsburgh.
I had Shador sliding. I didn't think he'd slide this far, I'll be honest. Not quite this far. I thought somebody would have pulled the trigger by now.
Hmm.
Well, you got Tampa Bay's pick is in. They're probably not going to take him either, although they would be doing the funny thing by doing that.
Oh, yeah, make your net. Take Shador. That'd be fun.
Say he's
Yeah,
Did,
just
did,
for one
did,
sympathy pick.
right. I think this gonna be a corner right here.
yeah. Shador either gonna go to Pittsburgh or
Man, that'll be fun to see him in Pittsburgh. I ain't gonna lie.
It's still
I,
weird. There's
I
no trades.
they
They're
know
very straightforward.
after Pittsburgh, ain't no other teams need quarterbacks.
there's not a lot of guys that separate themselves as far as the players are
All
concerned. So
right.
everybody is kind of the same as far as athletic, too close
All
together.
right. With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
See, they
Great
gonna
kid.
bust.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
Got another wide receiver. Yeah, I don't like that.
I give a shout out to Pat Norris, new member.
We
They
Pick
go.
up the
showing all these highlights.
Thank you, Pat.
pieces.
They showing all these highlights on this kid. Show some tape of him playing against Michigan, please. Please show some
They
tape
know
of
they ain't
him.
gonna do that. They call highlights, not low lights.
You know you like that, Don.
Mhm.
What?
Them
So
low
that
life.
so so he's pretty much the Chris God the I would say the Chris Godwin replacement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty.
I mean,
Looks like.
if he can't stay healthy, then yeah.
Hmm.
I don't fear him, though.
Because
Do you, boys?
because with because with I think with them getting with what was it? Not his name Josh McMillan, the other wide receiver they had drafted last year, with him kind of coming into the scene. Yeah, this pick
Yeah.
says that Godwin or Mike Evans is gonna be out of this bench after this season.
Yeah, because right now, like, I don't really think that any hindrance on Baker was because of a wide receiver, because I think that he's been fine with just about anybody out there. So I don't know, like, how much this actually improves anything.
Right.
I'd agree. Like, I feel like Baker was perfectly serviceable. I hate as much as I hate giving credit to the enemy. No, I think Baker's a pretty serviceable starting quarterback. I don't think he's the problem at all. And I don't think adding another weapon, as you say, is going to solve that much.
But man, their hourglass at the top of that depth chart is trickling down as far as like who's going to be there for the long term. So
Yeah,
if they're going to
Mhm.
find their answer, they better find it, now, and not having to
yeah.
like scramble to get it.
Feels a little like the senior retirement tour, doesn't it? We've got one last championship in us, maybe.
I mean, speaking of which, man, if we were gonna have another kind of like weird pick with the Falcons, man, some of us might have to start turning heel too. All right, like
Oh my goodness.
Why do you
They
think I
just
left the moustache? I make a good heel. Just throwing that out there.
he gonna go put that. He gonna put that dirty Dom stash. That's it. That's what he was going for. Denver Broncos. Denver Broncos. What y'all thinking here? Denver Broncos.
Hmm. This is another one. It could be a couple of guys.
I say receiver.
I've been hearing
I
they were
say
interested in a running back. I don't think it's all that early for, or I don't know where Hampton fits in with them though.
I mean,
I'll say
I
I'm
can
go
going
see.
with
receiver.
Denver. I'm
That's just
sure.
me. I say receiver, but I can see running back.
I think. I think. I
See,
think. I think linebackers. Here.
Linebackers in play.
I was not told that this draft was all that wide receiver heavy. So for this kind of
75.
run to be going on in the first round is interesting here.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of wide receivers, but there's a massive drop off in talent.
Yeah, it only takes a few steps into the deep end. So
Somebody just
Yeah.
said the Falcons would dominate the NFC South for the next 8.
Speak it into existence, bro. Speak it into
yeah,
existence.
and we're gonna do it on the left arm of Michael Penix.
Yeah, but we gonna see, man. That's strong words. I'm hoping. I ain't being negative.
We need it to happen. God damn it.
Yeah, but
But
we
thing
gonna have
is,
to.
it's got to be produced. No,
But the season is not won in the first round of the draft.
right.
So we got to see what we gonna do the next rounds that we have left.
Yeah.
Because what was it again? Like a second, fourth, and 2/7, right?
Yep. 1, 2, 4, and 2 7s.
Okay. Yeah, I mean there is a chance to still trade back that second rounder.
Yep. Definitely.
If you want a little
I
bit more
think that's
capital.
I think that's what I would do. Kind of
Yeah.
fill the blanks. Or the
Because
third.
I mean, Jalon Walker, if he's the type of person to solve two positions with one player, that's good if you're limited on picks.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what
But
they
you'd
think.
still like to have more picks, I mean, Terry has been known to say, "Hey, we want to have our cake and eat it too." I think this is still a way to execute that plan.
Yeah.
But again, with how strangely straightforward this draft is, I think a lot of teams are very stingy here. But they might loosen up when it comes to day 2.
Yeah.
As they typically do. It's just the first round, there's a lot more theatrics, and so a lot of these other teams, they want to get the star now, but also not wanting to sacrifice their capital for later.
Yeah. I get it. Like you don't want to play your cards too early either.
Yeah. So Denver's pick is in here. We're gonna get the Walker for them.
I'm thinking Hampton. That's what I would think. Or wide receiver, but never know with Peyton. He'll probably take an offensive lineman.
Just realized who that was. It was Brad Williams, who's a Broncos fan. I almost didn't see him. I'm not even making a short joke with that. All right, we're gonna have was it someone from the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Yep. All right, Samuel. You got the pick in. Make yourself famous, kid. Yeah, lower that microphone. All right, with the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos have selected Jahdae Barron, cornerback out of Texas. I don't know if I've said that first name right.
Took him horns, boy.
You said it right.
He reminds me of a Clark Phillips.
Yeah, he a good
Clark Phillips would have had that first round talent if it wasn't for his size.
Yeah, he's just a taller version. He's 5'10", but this guy is. But like he just reminds me of Clark Phillips. He's just always around the ball. Anytime there's a play, he's there.
Yeah, he very much has that quality about him. He likes to come down and mix it up. Whether it's a run, whether it's a pass, you'll usually find him in the area, as you say. He's not the biggest guy, but but he's got a certain kind of pop to his hip.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying he's not the biggest guy, but he's got a certain pop, a certain sprightliness about his hits. I think he's a stud. He's a baller.
If I was Sean Payton, which I never hope I ever will be, I would move him to safety.
That's fair.
He always.
But if that's the case, then like, why not take Starks or someone?
But because here's my thing,
yeah,
man.
Starks on the board.
This guy, Barron, has a high football IQ, man. Like I said, he reminds me of Clark Phillips, but I think his potential could be somewhere near Troy Polamalu if you play him at safety. Trust me, I know DBs. This kid is he's gonna be good. And you still got Patrick Surtain up there, so like, yeah, they secondary is gonna be good.
Yeah,
they were already your top 5 or top 3 unit, right?
Yeah, that's why I said I will move him. They may end up moving him to safety, and I think that'd be a great fit for him. Because he also, you already know Surtain's gonna he's the de facto CB1.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, speaking of Troy Polamalu, the pick is in for Pittsburgh here, and you got to wonder, is this Shedeur Sanders a clock?
Maybe.
I hope it's Shedeur so these Justin Fields fans can start crying again. I'm just tired of this. This has been 4 or 5 years of Justin Fields this, Justin Fields that. This right here will kill it tonight if they can draft Shedeur.
They are showing Jackson Dart though on the TV screen for me.
Yeah, who knows?
That would be hilarious. Yeah, we're just going to take Jackson Dart.
If Shedeur doesn't get right now, it looks like this might be the last hope of Shedeur getting drafted because you look at the rest of these picks; these are playoff teams, and they don't need quarterbacks at all, unless a team draft trade back in the first round and get Shedeur. That's the only way.
Just the perfect spot for Shedeur.
I can see Cleveland trying to jump back in the first round.
Assuming he doesn't go here, I could see it. Yeah, Cleveland may well come back for him.
Cleveland could come. Oakland could not. Could you say Oakland? The Raiders could
come back. Vegas, maybe. Yeah.
Now, can I offer you instead Kirk Cousins? No. Still. No.
They're gonna look at us crazy, man. They're gonna be telling, get the hell off my line.
All right, with the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Shit, I wanted him to be a Falcon. Oh man, this man was so. I love big defensive tackles, man. And that,
They're gonna That's Cameron Hayward's replacement.
Damn.
The man is a freak, man.
Yeah,
He already
man.
looks like Cam Hayward. It's
Yep, that's his replacement right there. He got probably like a good 1 or 2 years left, and then they already getting his replacement.
Jacksonville, man.
which is incredible for Cam Hayward because he's already like 35, 36, something like that.
Yeah, I
he
think so. I think he's like
So
this
to
would be his
still say
36.
so to say he still have like 1 or 2 years left.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said, man. The kid is big, man. Well, that means the Chargers on the clock. I already know they picking Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Yeah. Will Johnson. I don't think there's been a more unanimous pick all night, to be fair, boys. At least we agree on this one, eh? Couldn't agree on the Falcons pick, but we know this one.
But
He might make him
secondary help, man. They really do need secondary. They really do need in defense. So
he might make him play wide receiver too, you know?
Who knows, man? At this point.
Harbaugh ain't finna handle that.
Well, it ain't the only time in which a cornerback / wide receiver is taken, so why not have them both? All right, and then after that, we got the pick from the host. Of course, this could be a front, and the Lions could potentially do the funniest thing ever here. Of course, we got commercial break again for us. We got 6 minutes left until Chargers make their announcement at least.
So how you boys feeling about round one so far then? Now that we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of the playoffs teams. You think it's going to pan out to be more spicy on night two then? Some trades, some shenanigans?
It's bound to happen. It's just a matter of like if we're going to be involved in it.
Yeah.
But this is why, you have folks like us that are still sticking around here. Because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, because we've already gotten a guy that pretty much everyone wanted. I mean, and Jalon Walker, like I said, I love this pick, and since the Atlanta Falcons have gotten what they want, it's like, hey, what the heck? If you got Jalon Walker, like let's double up. They have the opportunity to double up and trade next year's mid-round picks. I would do that. I would try to trade next year's mid-round picks to try to move back into the first round if that's possible.
Yeah,
do we have our full slate of selection picks? Like we don't have anything.
I don't even care. I don't care. I really don't care if we have it. Like for me, I would give up the first round and move up because what you could do, and this is what I was saying on the other channel with Sam them, it's like when you have a young core of offensive guys that you can bring back and you have enough money once you offload the Kirk Cousins contract, you can sign a Tyler Algier for a lesser deal. I mean, when you look at Kyle Pitts and the season that he's had the last couple of years, his contract won't now his value as far as the money is concerned, it has been greatly decreased. So it's like the Falcons can afford these guys now. So I would offer that first round pick to kind of move back into the first round this year. Because you have those guys offensively that you can kind of build on or rely on, I should say.
Yeah, no, I can completely agree with you. If for conversation's sake we do go back in, my pick would probably be Malachi Starks. I feel like we need to shore up.
Yes.
But how about you guys? Who would you go with, assuming we get back in?
Yeah, with certain positions though, you don't even know if you need to. And I think like what we don't see right now are all the phone calls that could be secretly happening that we just don't hear about. Because I mean, like we
True
heard
that.
last year, right?
Yep.
Like after we took Penix, Terry was calling everybody he could to try to get like Latu or any other pass rusher afterwards, right? So it's like just
Mhm.
because we made our pick, that doesn't mean Terry's finished. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's just trying to figure out the rest of the teams here. But now, like since we are getting into playoff teams, they are probably going to want to go a little bit more into defensive linemen and things like that, just
Still
to
where
provide one extra little pass rush in order to help out get an edge over these like top quarterbacks that they're going to go up against later on in the season. So
Yeah.
man, they gave him a 96% chance of Shador Sanders being drafted by the Steelers.
Oh wow.
Man,
Wow.
you're messing up everyone's betting odds.
I'm gonna say this again. Teams don't know how to draft.
or
We see it every year.
you know
We
what?
see it every year.
I'm straight up honest with you. Shador could very well go to the Rams. Have him sit behind Stafford.
Look, he's going to sit and he's going to learn. And like I said, they're so focused on the fact that he checked the ball down, but like I don't understand why that's a bad thing. To be honest, he did a lot of that, but he did a lot of that with the team that did not have a good offensive line, and he still kept it composure. He still completed at a high percentage. That's not easy for any level of quarterback to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't throw his offensive line under the bus either and say,
Right.
y'all trash.
Yeah.
Because a lot of quarterbacks gonna say my offensive line is trash, and that's why my
Mhm.
numbers look like they look. But
Mhm.
for him to be resilient, he did it on every level. So at this point, like I said, whoever that GM or that said that he should do it like that, you're a coward.
Yeah. Yeah.
And these teams are monkey see, monkey do. All these
Yeah.
teams that need quarterbacks, straight passing on quarterbacks, make it make sense. If you need a quarterback, why not take
That's
them? It
good.
don't mean you
Yeah.
got to start them. Take them and, like I said, develop them. You can wait. You don't have to throw them out there with. If you know your team is not ready and not built for it, put them on the bench. Cleveland, you got Joe Flacco playing. Let them sit behind Joe Flacco. You don't gotta play them.
Chargers, make your selection. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. No time on the clock. No pick is in. Finally, man.
I think they were
You're
trying
late
to
for your
trade.
animations. Ugh.
They
Almost
were
tried to
trying.
pull a
You heard it
Minnesota
here
on us
first,
from a couple
guys.
decades back.
They were
You
trying to
heard it here
trade out.
first, guys. Don't waste millions of dollars on a draft team to scout and to prep your draft. And you see these guys in the off season, it makes no sense. Just get your boys here for the heavy hitters, and we'll do your draft class for you.
You know,
They was trying to fact saying they draft pick.
Smoke
Not
signals.
facts, man.
Hold on, guys. What's the Morse code for defensive end?
mhm.
Not the Morse code.
No, not a Morse code. Good gracious.
Yeah, everyone knows it's Veil code.
Mm.
All right, y'all stop talking. The pick is in. Who is the Chargers draft?
I don't even think they know. I think that's why they're talking to stall for time.
Right. They arguing like they in the war room.
I
Chargers, who
feel
y'all pick?
The Chargers
Green Bay
ain't
at this
charging
point
tonight,
has
man.
8 minutes to go for make their selection. Chargers want to be us so bad when it comes to delaying the inevitable.
Now only we can get away with building that much drama. because we know our fan base. Know your audience, guys.
Well, that's the thing. The Chargers fans, they might not have one. Anyways,
Oh,
with the
that's
22nd
fair.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers, they select Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina. Why did I
There
not
you
see this
go.
coming?
No, of course.
Yeah, that's a good pickup. Jim Harbaugh. They're gonna run the football.
Yep. Harbaugh going on to run the ball, so hey, this is something good for him. For his offense. In order for Harbaugh's offense to work, he got to have a run game. So they potentially have that in Hampton.
Man, be prepared for the Chargers to have like 50 minutes of time of possession per game. Like,
No, like with Hampton. I had him, I'm pretty sure I had him number 3 in my running backs. He's
Wow.
fundamentally solid. He's fundamentally solid. He does all the things you want to do fairly well on a consistent level. So I'm not mad at the pick. I've seen him falling out of the first, but I'm not mad at it.
I mean, it's Harbaugh. It's a Harbaugh pick, so that doesn't surprise me.
Nah, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
They had to do it, man. They lost Austin Eckler a couple years ago, so they needed another bell cow. Last year they didn't have that guy that can hit his head off the goalpost from anywhere on the field. They just had like, what's the one kid they had? Gus Edwards from the Ravens.
J.K. Dobbins too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He can't stay healthy though. So
Nah.
yeah, they got an explosive running back now though.
Yeah, that was the thing. I don't know if you all remember, but I thought J.K. Dobbins was the truth for just a second there. just a sec.
He can play, he just can't stay healthy. He was on the Ravens for a while. He just kept getting hurt. So
Yeah.
And then he got hurt last year with the Chargers.
I mean, he stuck around a lot longer, but still not enough considering the smash mouth football
Yeah, that's fair.
that's required of them.
Oh yeah, Jim Harbaugh about to have another Frank Gore type situation on his hands with Omarion Hampton. He about to run the ball for real now. That's gonna help Justin Herbert out. Now you can play action off that.
I mean, it better with the 12 pass attempts per game he's gonna get. Like, you better have a good 80% completion percentage with that. I don't care who your wide receivers are at that point.
Lad was getting busy last year though. Lad McConkey was getting busy.
Anytime Jim Harbaugh had a solid run game, his quarterbacks probably didn't throw no more than 20 times a game. And that's at the most.
Yep, no need.
Don't need to. We see when he was at Stanford. We seen it when he was, in San Francisco, Michigan. Now, you're gonna see it again with him, the Chargers. So
BP said they signed Najee Harris too. I didn't know they got Najee Harris, the Chargers.
The Chargers?
But again, that's still not the home run hitter they're looking for, though.
mm-hmm.
Najee was having some struggles in Pittsburgh too. So,
oh yeah, now Hampton can get loose though. He can hit his head off the goalpost if he gets space. He's like a physical, but he got some burners too. He can run. Big bruisers.
Najee's gonna be that bruiser, and then Hampton's gonna be that finesse runner. Again, and we had in Michigan. Corum was that powerful back that it was hard to take him down, and with Edwards with that kid that anytime he saw space, that vision on. So,
well, if you boys remember Steven Jackson, that's who Najee reminds me of. He's almost too big to be as quick and dynamic as he is, but at the same time, he's not a world beater by any means. Do you know what I'm saying by that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Steven Jackson, he was a beast. I don't think Najee was ever that kind of player.
Yeah.
Like, you might be thinking of Falcons, Steven Jackson.
Not necessarily
yeah, that's what I meant. Steven Jackson in the downward slide of his career.
Yeah,
Prime Steven was a different animal. I mean, Prime Steven was a beast, as you say. But I mean, no, I'm in the downward slide of his career when he came over to us.
Yeah, man,
They have a
we're almost
similar
looking at
style.
we were almost looking at Patriot Steven Jackson.
My bad, y'all. I had to take care of something, man. What pick did I miss out on? That I just missed.
So we're on pick 23. Chargers got a running back. I don't know
Amar,
at what
oh,
point you want
Marion
to step
Hampton,
away.
yeah.
okay,
What was
interesting.
the last pick you remember?
I saw the Steelers got a defensive tackle. I saw that.
Yeah.
They got
Well,
Derek
that's
Carr.
about it because the Chargers took forever to pick. So
Okay,
you
okay,
haven't really
cool.
missed much.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, now we're on Green Bay.
Yeah,
Oh, who was that
yeah,
D tackle the Steelers took again?
yeah. I think they got. I forgot the dude's name. Derek Duran something.
Oh, Harmon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
Derek
announcing these picks. You'd think I'd know these names, but I don't. I just say them and I forget about them.
Now, if you can throw
It's
me a
like
first name, I can figure mostly get there, I think.
it's like if you ever had a dream and then you woke up and then 5 seconds later you immediately forgot that you ever had a dream. That's what I
Yeah.
experience with these names right now because I haven't done
Oh.
enough research on them.
Did that layout I sent you work out at least for your tracking?
I'm gonna get to it afterwards because I want to be able to
Cool.
be a little bit more detailed with it. But again, thanks for taking the time
No,
to do
so,
anytime, brother.
so Mike Green is still on the board. The same Mike
that. Oh
Green
yeah.
everybody. Damn. I know everybody was racking and raving about Mike Green and what his potential could be.
All right, pick is in for Green Bay.
Kev, I think they scared of the off the field stuff. That's what that tells me.
Uh,
Well, yeah.
I
When
think
you're
I think this might be Jahad Campbell here.
that would be a good shout.
All I say is don't let Minnesota get Mike Green.
Ooh.
Brian Flores.
Well, the next pick. The next pick. So.
Yeah, I can see linebacker, a linebacker, safety
Yeah,
here.
linebacker makes sense.
I see a Jahad Campbell here.
That would be a hell of a pick. I really like Jihad Campbell.
Hmm. I know your boy Deion Sanders. I know he hurt right now, boy. He thought his son was gonna go in the top 10. That motherfucker done slid all the way.
Oh, that's got a sting.
Oh man.
They doing that boy dirty.
It's got to hurt that not even Dallas was that stupid. Not even the Cowboys will take a punt. Things have gone too far, I think.
They
Well,
had
hang on. The night's not done. They could still trade back in and be
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
of course.
hey, I think
Yeah, he ain't gonna
Because I mean,
slide. He ain't gonna slide all the way down like that. But
because with that position, you got to think about that fifth year option. If you want to take him, go ahead and give him yourself like as many years to really sort this out.
Yeah, that is true. And as I say, if you've got that 5th year option, so you're essentially only getting 4 years of play. So why not rest them for a year if you really want to invest in a QB?
hmm
but I think Dallas had duct taped and roped Jerry Jones when the pick came in. Hey man.
what the hell, done?
Somebody did it because they've been hella quiet.
All right, with the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers will be selecting.
Okay, we don't care about you hosting a wonderful event. We appreciate it, but
After a riveting speech from Mark Murphy. They're trying to shove Dan Campbell's face in front of him in the camera.
Oh, Lord.
Bro, just made the pick. Damn.
Okay.
I haven't been on Twitter, y'all. Have people on Twitter are loving Terry Fontenot now?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, don't worry about it. He can eat free anywhere in Georgia right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the house.
Oh wow.
Okay,
All right, they selected
Brian
Matthew
Baldwin.
Golden, wide receiver out of Texas.
Another one? Damn.
Texas have been
Come on.
dominating.
So Brian Baldinger loves the
Excuse
Jalen
me.
Walker pick.
Yeah, Steve, like Steve Sarkeesian has done a great job down there with them kids, man.
Yeah, wide
We got
receiver was the
Minnesota
last.
picking the
Wide
spot. I
receiver
mean,
was the last thing I would have thought they would have went.
but at the same time, like they have a lot of number 2 receivers. They need a number 1 still.
Yeah, that is true. And
Yeah.
you literally got two starting caliber tight ends on your damn team too.
But I
So
mean, dude, it has been since the entire Aaron Rodgers campaign over there in Green Bay since they've actually taken a wide receiver in the first round.
right.
Yep.
They haven't taken one since Javon
What was it?
Walker in 2002.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Damn, that's 23 years. Shit.
One Christian Watson the first round pick.
Nah, I
Yeah,
think he
rub
was a
it in.
second round. He was second
The
round
second
pick.
round. Okay.
Make an
Yeah.
old man feel older. 23 years, damn.
He can't stay healthy
yeah,
though.
man.
See, another one can't
Right.
stay.
Forget about the Switch 2. That was when the PS2 was popular.
Exactly.
Excuse me while I go and get my hip replaced.
This pick right here gonna
They're
threaten
lighting off fireworks.
Really?
the whole wide receiver room.
The man hasn't proven himself yet. Like,
We launching fireworks at an NFL draft.
Boy. But the Vikings didn't waste no time. The pick is
Oh, we already know where they going. They getting a safety here. Like, oh, you gonna get a wide receiver? Okay, that's fine.
oh,
You
okay,
gonna
yeah.
get
Well, Will Johnson, you know.
exactly.
they go ahead and get that kryptonite, huh?
Exactly.
You've got to love the fucking bitterness of it all, though.
Now that kid Golden, I heard he a speedster though.
Yeah, he
You know,
is.
sports
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
fast.
very
Well,
quick.
they needed someone to stretch the field like that. What is he doing giving a speech like this? What?
Oh, really?
Dude, we got all these people chilling at home, and then here you have.
Uh-oh.
Dude, you gotta be a Pro Bowl. You gotta be better than Brian Thomas was last year. You have to be. If you're doing all this in your draft night, come on now.
Yeah.
You better not disappoint that crowd on the field.
Well, that crowd will eat you alive.
You see what kind of suit he got on? You say, y'all know what time it is.
It is very fitting that he has the G on the necklace, since that's going to be on the side of his helmet too. I mean, they could also be doing this in order to spite the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Does it feel like this draft has gone by fast for you guys?
Yeah. Cause remember it used to be 15 minutes for the first round. It's like 8 minutes now.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's 4 a.m. Like, it doesn't feel like we're 3 hours deep.
Yeah, it's like 10:50. It's 10:50 and the draft is almost over, which is kind of rare.
Yeah, and here I am sitting here at 8 o'clock. Well, not even that yet.
Exactly.
I mean, like folks in Australia, for example, like they're still waking up and still having their.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't.
the beauty of it, though. That's what gave me the idea for the AFN International. Is like there's always a Falcons fan craving news somewhere.
Okay.
Well, Aussies, you better be enjoying your meat pies or whatever. I don't know what you guys have over there.
I got a whole bunch of Packer fans. Y'all gonna crush cans on your head.
Matt LaFleur licking his chops right now.
Yeah, he got too many deep. We got way too many defensive options here, boy.
All right, pick is in. Goodell's on the side with the 24th pick in the 2025
Will
NFL Draft. The
Johnson.
Minnesota Vikings have selected
Will Johnson.
Donovan Jackson, guard out of Ohio State. This is why you let me do the talking kid styles.
Hey, I was trying. I was trying. Hey, look. I was trying to make my guesses again.
Here-
I
Here's
failed
my,
again.
here's my pick. Here's my problem. Would this man actually do his job and protect JJ McCarthy?
What?
Trade alert. Texans have finally traded their pick away over to the Giants.
They about to pick Shamar. Ain't no way they coming back in the draft to pick somebody else. They picking Shamar.
No, this is 100% Jador Sanders. Got to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what were we just saying about the fifth-year option?
Yep, there was no way a top
man.
3 team
Yeah,
was
that's
trading
gonna
back
be
in for
interesting.
anyone else.
I mean, that's quite the quarterback room. You got Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and then Shador Sanders. I mean, talk about like
It's gonna be
you don't
fun.
want your Hall of Fame dad to like see you as a backup. Now you're going to be treated as a third stringer for the Giants.
But here's the thing, though. Russell Wilson's not a bad mentor, so this would be
Nah,
good.
not at all.
He's not, but it's such a baffling like devil and angel on the shoulders with him on one side of the room and then Jameis Winston on the other side of the quarterback room. Like, I imagine
gonna
it's
be
like
all-
it's like Emperor's
Oh.
New Groove with the Kronks on the shoulders. Like,
But that'd be good for him, though. Honestly, like,
You wait and see. There's going to be so much like shorts made about this, so much content. This is going to be memed to the max. Oh,
I mean, the memes
Boy,
that
what a
they
boy,
themselves have already
boy.
given.
Hey, boy. What if they go Jackson Dart though?
oof.
Ooh, boy.
Go back to Ole Miss. Going back to Ole Miss.
What if they go Jackson Dart here?
They don't want to piss Coach Prime off.
yeah,
You're already looking hot.
The boy mad right now.
That boy about to call
Yeah,
somebody.
man. Oh my God.
This is a bad time for my TV to start buffering.
Y'all, this what just happened. Y'all cannot believe what just happened.
But
So we're gonna
Wait,
find
boy,
out.
huh?
You'll see.
Dude, Matthew Golden is still.
Bro,
outta here,
sit
dude.
down. Sit down.
My TV's buffering because of you, man. My TV don't even watch you anymore. All right,
Says-
pick is in.
He said somebody gonna see this gold suit.
He's like, I gotta take this gold suit back tomorrow, so I'm gonna flex in it.
Mhm.
Talk about maximizing your minutes.
Yeah, I just
All
had a
right, now that
weird.
the pick is in, how about we go ahead and show a commercial with Saquon?
Lilo and Stitch, the live action movie. Lord, Lord. I'm gonna sit here. Boy, I'm gonna sit here and laugh my ass off.
Man.
I'm gonna sit here and laugh my ass off.
But I mean, TV's buffering again. But to Don's credit, like they had to jump up in front of the Rams if they wanted to try to pull something like this off.
I think the Rams gonna end up. Well, if they don't pick Shador, if the Giants don't pick Shador, then Shador is gonna fall right into doggone.
Right into Sean McVay.
Yeah,
Is that what you thinking?
yeah. McVay with the Shador Sanders. Yeah,
That'd be perfect.
You would have a big market for it.
yeah.
You
It
talking
would be
about big?
obnoxious.
You talking about big market?
They really traded for some Jackson Dart. Good God Almighty.
Oh Lord.
Right. TV, come on now.
They don't want to
Is
see
my sound holding up, boys? Can you still hear me all good?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot. There's a lot of drama going on because the way he took me to commercials going on.
I'm gonna have to switch over to my phone. I'm still blaming Matthew Golden for this.
Damn.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Well,
abandoning
I
my
got
TV.
look. I guess with them saying that Shador Sanders and all those bad interviews.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna make an example out of.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Negro, you can't be this confident.
Uh-huh.
You and Dion.
Mm-hmm. You don't need the NFL, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna show you something.
At the end of the day, man, I just think the college game is ruining quarterbacks to be serious. Um, it is not teaching these guys the fundamental. The
Well,
RPO has really been the death of the quarterback position. They keep teaching this RPO stuff, and it's just not helping any other quarterback get to the NFL.
Yeah,
yeah,
and because I haven't mentioned it already, the 25th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants have indeed selected Jackson Dart.
Oh,
So we know why they did that in New York, so I'm gonna just leave that there.
Yeah.
New York
oh
is a
Lord.
different place.
And guess what? My coworker who a Giants fan, he said he'd have been pissed off if they drafted Jackson Darton. Lord have mercy, he did.
We talking about Jackson Dart. What the hell has he ever done besides look like Josh Allen? Okay,
I know
that
they
motherfucker just
think
look
that
like
shit.
he just look like Josh Allen. Okay, that's all the fuck he is. He looks like a damn reincarnation of Josh Allen.
Look, I was joking when I actually considered him like a first round talent here when I was having him linked over to New Orleans, but like,
Oh shit!
good to
Oh,
see
We
it.
traded up.
whoa,
We
whoa,
traded up.
whoa!
hang
We
on.
traded up. What
Are
the
you
hell did we
kidding
trade?
me?
I want to know what we
Yo!
traded for.
We did it, y'all!
This is
Yep.
I hope
That
this is
mean
a
it.
that look.
Yo! Bro,
That
we was just
means look.
saying this.
That
That
means
nigga
look.
or safety.
Malachi starts right here.
But if they do Georgia,
an
but
Yo!
awful
everybody gonna be
time for
checking
my
out
TV to buffer.
Thursday.
Malachi starts is this pick right here.
Yo! No way!
But if they pick starts, bro, everybody in Georgia gonna have the jerkins and the Kleenex tonight. But
That means Terry Funk don't go be
Yo,
Terry Funk.
no freaking
Look,
way.
if they pick up
hey,
Malachi Starks, Terry
he goes.
Funk knows he's gonna be the new Mike Vick in Atlanta. He gonna be a god.
I try to tell y'all.
Oh, wow.
He heeded the warning.
Jew.
Holy shit, man.
Yo, no way. Wow.
Yeah, they just traded back in the first round. So that means most of our draft picks this year is gone anyway.
Hang on, I'm
Nah, because if you traded back in the first round, pretty much gave up a lot.
No
I,
freaking way
I,
they did this.
So I see that Raheem learned something from the LA Rams.
Huh?
Some picks, huh? Okay.
No, that was for his draft.
What did we give up?
what did we give up?
What the fuck did we give up to get back into the first round?
Huh?
The Falcons have
pick.
traded.
The third round pick for this year.
Hold on. Let me see it. The Falcons trade 46, 242, and a first rounder from 2026 for the Rams. For the Rams,
Yeah.
picks 26 and
Yeah.
101. So we got the 101.
Yeah.
So we gave up the 2 and the first round in 2026. Exactly what I said was going to happen. I told you that.
So basically that's gonna save the Falcons at least
Money. That's going to save them the money.
about 1.5 or 2 million for that, because since they don't
save them.
because
It's going
since
to
they
save them
don't
about
have
15 to 20 million because next year first round pick they don't have that first round pick
okay.
next year. So it's going to save them about $20 million next year because what's going to happen is that means a guy like Kyle Pitts and Charlie Algier more than likely is going to stay.
At least we get that third round pick. We good. That's why I said if we can get a third round pick, we straight.
Yeah. Because we don't have that second or that third. And then like Mike
Falcons
said,
received
without that first.
21. They got 101. And we got the 26 and 101. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna save them about one. Well, because they got 2 first rounders, so but you got the same. Yeah, that's gonna save.
Wow, y'all.
all right.
Let's go.
We have selected James Pierce Jr., defensive
Oh,
end, Tennessee.
yes.
Boy, I do. Jew, you been saying it.
I told you.
That's a great
Let's
pick.
go,
Hey, Mike.
boys.
Hey, Mike. How do you like them red flags now?
Yeah.
How you like me now? Hey,
SEC.
look. Oh wow.
It look like Raheem learned something. F them
He
picks.
learned something.
Let's do that shit, boys.
Hey, we got 2 of them. We got 2 edges. God dang it.
That's what I'm
Yo,
talking
this is
about.
wild.
The trenches. That's what I'm talking about.
We finally learned, kid. Dude,
They
yeah,
learned.
we finally learned. Oh wow.
So they got 2
Now
SEC.
that
They got 2 SEC edge players. Yeah, they learned a lot.
Yep.
Oh, man. What a first round.
Yo, this is crazy. We got 2 first round caliber edges. Wow, that is insane.
So we
The
do.
draft reminds me.
So we
You know
did
the
get our
draft.
third round pick back. We just gave up our first round pick and 7th round. The second,
Okay. Yeah, I
7th.
didn't see all the way.
Yeah. So the third round pick we lost from Kirk Cousins, we got back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh
got
wow.
101, so that would be end of the third, yeah.
Yo, we got 2 edges. We
So
got Pierce and
hey,
Walker.
let me tell y'all
God.
this. Let me say this draft reminds me of
We
the
got
2000.
yeah. So
We
we only got the
this
third round pick left and the
Two.
4th round pick. That's it.
round.
So we only got
Okay.
2 more draft picks.
Be good now.
So
Mhm.
I got something to say real quick. This draft reminds me of the
Oh,
2000.
and the 6th round pick too.
Remember? Y'all hear me?
Shit, we done draft defense. They finna go offense the rest of this damn draft.
Don, were you saying about the 2019 draft?
I was saying that this reminds me of the 2019
Right.
draft. Remember we drafted Lidstrom in the middle of the draft,
And then we
then
came back in and got McGarry. Yeah.
scary. So
Mhm.
this draft reminded me so much of that 2019 draft. And
So
remember that 2019 draft that helped our offensive line. That built the
so so so
They're
so
still helping our
hold on,
offensive
hold on,
line.
hold
Uh,
on.
go ahead,
This
let Don finish.
this right here is going to help build up, have our building blocks for our defensive line, our pass rush. So this is going to be the building blocks we're going to build off of.
Mm-mm.
And guess what? You got two guys that got a 5th-year option. You
Yes,
got
I did.
5 years.
mhm.
You can't eat nothing right now anyway. But so look, so is Terry Fontenot off the hook now?
Yep.
I'm
He's
looking at
getting
this
there.
chat right now.
What
Look
the
like
song? How the song
So
go? How you like me now? How you
how
like
you
me
like me
now?
some people mad.
now?
Yeah,
Some
he's
people
working
mad because
on
they
it.
want to start. They want
If
to
I
start. They
could
wanted.
do the
Yeah.
pose, right? If I
They
could
wanted
do
the full
the
Georgia. They wanted the full Georgia players, but again, this pick is somebody we man. So I'm good with it.
So
I'm trying to do the absolute. I'm trying to do the absolute cinema pose. You
mm-mm.
Because ain't he
Terry.
one of the fastest pass rushers? Ain't he one of the fastest pass rushers in the draft?
know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was. But like you
Yeah,
said,
dude.
the thing was a lot of the news was coming out about he had some kind of like red flags or some shit like that.
It
People
wasn't
didn't
like
think.
Mike Green level red flags though. From what I
Yeah.
hear, there was a few attitude problems and a few missed workouts. But I'll take that
hmm
over what we heard about Mike Green any fucking day.
But I don't get that. But he could have punched somebody in the face. I'll take that.
At the end of the day, kid's fast, explosive, powerful.
hmm
Uh, We we got a fucking hell of a pick there. Real good pick.
This is called understanding what your weakness is. I literally just
That
tell
this
you,
is this is all Jeff Olbrich right here, boy.
when your roof is leaking, you don't go buy new windows for your house.
Nope.
Your roof is leaking. You've been struggling with the same thing. You gotta fix it. The only way you fix it
Now,
is you putting assets towards it.
now, of course, this doesn't mean that we're giving up on Trice and Arnold of
No,
Katie.
No, that's cool. No, that's also true.
no.
It
It
just
did.
means that, like, hey, now if we're in a dogfight, we're not having to rely on the same few people to stay on the field and like waste a bunch of stamina. That means
Yeah.
that hey, if we're in these tight games, if we're in like an overtime matchups, because we know how weird those overtime rules are going to be now, you need people to stay healthy for as long as possible, especially for
Oh
how
yeah.
long a season is. Like if you ever go through, a lack of depth situation, especially with a position of importance like pass rush, you cannot afford to have like lesser guys fill in those gaps of those top roster spots. You have
Oh
to
no
make
no.
sure that everybody can be trusted with their assignments. So
Oh,
yeah, I
100%. Yeah. They're
I
not
love that a
backups,
lot.
they're cavalry units more so.
Exactly.
I completely agree with that.
So yeah, there's I'm not gonna say there's no downside to what's going on here, but there's very little.
It
So
goes back to what Leonard Floyd said. You need to build a basketball team. That's what you're doing. Now you got a rotation of pass rushers. So now it's not okay. Well, this one guy got to do it. You got multiple guys that can do it, and you can be versatile in the way that you do it. You can be creative. What this tells me personally is that Walker probably will play some off-ball linebacker, or maybe a lot of off-ball linebacker, because now Caden, he doesn't have to play linebacker at all, off-ball linebacker if you don't want him to, based off of what
he,
they've done now.
yeah, he can
You've
rush.
been
He can just be
asking
a true
for it.
rusher,
So,
Yeah, he could be a pure rusher
so,
at this point, but you
or
have to
like a type of a spy maybe.
yeah.
Damn.
so I see,
Damn.
I see Will Johnson. Somebody said something about Will Johnson. I don't like trading back into the first round to get a skill guy. I just always hated that. If you're gonna trade back, you get somebody for your line, the trenches, or you get the
hmm
quarter. Either you get the quarterback, or you get somebody for your trenches. That's it. You don't go back into the first round to get a receiver or a corner. There's gonna be plenty of those guys left in the second round.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why they fall.
definitely. Yeah.
Guess what? When you bring in these type of players, this gonna only make Arnold Ebiketie raise his level of play as well. Because now it's like you on the
Time to
clock
prove it,
now
kid.
because you got all
Yeah,
these
yeah.
guys behind you, so you gotta play. You
So
either got
Yeah,
to
yeah.
step up or get stepped on at this point.
Yep. Up. Ravens picking.
Yep.
All right, they have selected Malachi Starks, safety out of Georgia.
And now
Nice.
Georgia Falcons fans mad because Malachi went to Baltimore.
hmm
That's a good
Malachi
fit.
starts.
But again, we
Malachi
said,
starts and Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, that's a hell
That's
of
a
a
great
safety
fit.
pair.
but I said
Mhm.
this like with the safety thing, the safety situation. Like we have, and people forget we got Hitman.
Correct.
Like dude is a starter. I don't care what anybody say. Like he's a bona fide starter.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that.
I mean, like I said, the thing is what they've done is, like you said, basically James Pierce Jr. and James Pierce Jr. Like you said, is the insurance policy on Arnold Ebiketie. I don't want to get more than 6 sacks looking ass.
And not
Um,
only, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay,
and
I
I was
thought
about
you.
to say also too is, well, let's say that probably sounds like Judon is out the door.
But this also
That's
says
like
too.
it.
Understand the type of scheme we run here in Atlanta, the zone scheme. In order for it to work, you got to have people that can hurry up and get to the damn quarterback.
Mhm.
If you don't have those pass rushers that can actually get in the backfield and make plays, we're going to continue to get picked on. We're going to keep getting carved out by opposing quarterbacks.
Mhm.
We got to get people in the backfield to make plays in order for our cover three system to work.
Hmm.
So
We got the Lions on the
I'm
clock.
like the
I love
Lions
it.
could well get Will Johnson because I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, stay right there in Michigan. They
Yeah.
needed all. They need anybody defensively.
I just hope. I
So
hope.
with him and Terry on Arnold, pretty good.
Yeah, 100%.
I just hope Will Johnson don't go to Washington.
Yeah, look at this comment here. Say I can't blame Terry no more. It's all on the coaches.
Yeah.
They're telling you that y'all gonna see. Hopefully they can actually get their head out their ass and put the ego to the side and actually coach the right way so we can win games.
They said they told Falcon Nation, y'all want edge rushers. All right, that's fine. We give you 2 of them.
Yeah. What this tells me is Terry Fontenot he heeded the warning. I might not live to see no more drafts. So I better make this one of my best draft because if we don't win this year, he's on the hot seat. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel
we
that was
got
one of the few things that we were all universally in agreement about was the fact that if we didn't do something this year, heads were going to roll this season.
Huh?
So it's good to see that he's actually taken that on board. He's
I
seen our
mean,
Jalon Walker calls and he's raised as a Pierce Junior. So you can't complain at that.
and to think because I wasn't sure where he was going with the interview that he mentioned about like, oh, I'm about like 75% certain that I would trade up and be aggressive like this. And I'm like, dude, how are you going to do that with 5 picks? He showed me how.
Yeah.
Is that you just let the field go to you, and then you take your best player, which is also the need, and then you're like, all right, well, I've kind of hit like multiple birds with one stone here.
Yeah.
Let me just try
To
my
his
luck
credit.
again, and then just goes ahead and does it.
Yeah. To his
Now,
credit,
the
he really
only thing
finessed
that
it.
I would see is like if there's any other little pieces to nitpick about the team, you are now like really out of resources, at least
Yeah.
using the draft to do so. But again,
Right.
Terry's always been that kind of general manager to try to solve his problems through the free agency first. Now, this year he couldn't do that, which is why he's having to resort to being aggressive here.
Yeah.
So,
And that, and
so
You can do
not
that
only
next
that,
year. It doesn't have to be this.
But do you
yeah.
know what?
sure,
Tell
especially
me
with the
this.
contract, you know.
Yeah,
And,
I
Well
was going to
done.
say, but tell me this isn't a fun show.
I was
Now
just
that he
saying,
has
Yeah.
been a little bit more aggressive. Now that we
Yeah.
have a little bit more to talk about.
Yeah, I didn't expect it that long. Go ahead, Don.
yeah, but not only that though, like when you have very little picks, you got to be more quality over quantity with your picks.
Absolutely.
So you gotta sometimes you just go out to give up a few picks. I know we gave up our first round pick next year, but that goes to show you that the NFC South is ours to win, man. We was right there on the doorsteps of winning it, and then we just after the wait. But it was just quarterback situation, Kirk Cousins down the stretch,
All
defense.
right, Lions are about to pick in right now with
So
the 27th pick right now.
yeah,
Yep.
so it's
28.
just
The Detroit Lions have selected Tyreek Williams, defensive tackle.
I wanted him in round 2.
they need
Damn
they
it.
they need that guy next to Hutch.
That's
Yeah,
good.
makes sense.
That's good.
Shows you that they really invested in heavy Hutchinson.
What
Give him a big,
I'm
college
not
is he
going to tell
from?
them that doesn't make sense. The kid's an absolute animal.
What college is he from?
Ohio State.
yeah,
Okay.
him and Hutch they gonna have beef.
Um,
It's impressive though. A 4.68 at 6'3", 334. Kid's an animal.
Man, I know my one of my coworkers is a Lions fan. He's gonna be pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, that was a damn good pickup.
But I'm gonna certainly one up him when I come back and be like, "Hey, did
Hell
you see
yeah.
the draft?
Hell yeah.
I suited up for this, and I'm glad I did so."
It'll feel good for a few days to put your Falcons top on. Not that we don't normally, but it'll be good to walk out there with some swagger. Like, fuck yeah.
I mean, come on, man. There's got to be someone on this panel that actually shows their face. You know,
You want to
Might as
come
well
for me?
look
Come for
good.
me. Right here.
Look, man, I got a little bit of a reputation to uphold when it comes to draft day, man. I got to look pretty for the camera.
all right, we got Bobby Means with the $2. Saying Ramsey in Atlanta, absolutely not. Forget it.
I don't think so either. We've got
Yeah,
fuck all
there's not much
capital
of
now.
it. There's not much of a need for corners with these rushes.
Nah.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, look at this. Talking about now if they mess around and get Big Boy from Florida with that third pick, I'll be completely flabbergasted.
I said to you all in the chat beforehand, I wouldn't be mad at that. The Desmond Watson, the nose out of Florida, 6'6" and 460. But if he can lose 30 pounds, then we'll maybe talk.
You talking about the defensive tackle?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
say 460?
Oh yeah, man. That,
Yeah,
if
four, yeah,
6'6",
6'6".
460.
good. I'm straight. Look, if we could walk out of the out of day 2 with the defensive tackle, I'm good. I'll be happy.
Dude, I'm going to be afraid that we might get penalized for having 12 men on the field if we draft him.
You counted the fridge. That's the whole kitchen.
Say, you brought in for one reason. That's first down.
Yep, first and second.
Right.
I mean, that was the Jordan Davis role that we were concerned about a few years back, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's one way to stop a tush push.
Yeah. That's called the tush counter. That's what that is. So and Washington is on the board now. So getting back to the Falcons question. No, getting back to this draft question. We got two guys that's sliding right now, and that's Mike Green and Shador Sanders.
And
Why
Will
do you
Johnson.
think, and Will Johnson, why do you think that these three guys are sliding right now as we speak?
I'll
Right
be
now,
honest.
continue to
Sorry.
slide because they're gonna continue to slide because these teams right here they don't need quarterback for Shador. They don't need quarterback. So again, I don't think any other teams are going to come back in the first round and pick Shador. He's going to have to wait till tomorrow to get picked up. Um, Will, I think it's because of the injury that he had last year. That's probably why he's falling. But I can very well see Washington picking him up, or if not, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, they kind of need another corner. You got a good defense. You got a good D line right now. If they can kind of get some
They
life
did
in that,
lose Slay, so
yeah, if they can get some life in that secondary, on the outside with Will Johnson, that'd be good for them. So
Yeah.
Kansas City, honestly, man, they need a lot. They need some help up front for Pat Mahomes. I don't understand Reed if he come out of this first round without a tackle or a guard. Really, they
That's a
need
fair point.
guards. They need guards more than anything. So
I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. These GMs and these teams don't know how to draft. It's
Yeah.
like when it comes down to
100%.
it, it's like these are the same teams that try to convince us that
You said
Mitch
what?
is better than Deshaun Watson. These are the
Yeah,
same
come on,
teams
man.
that sat there and watched Lamar Jackson to the end of the dang on draft and then pick him up at the end of the draft. This dude, a two-time MVP. Like Mike said, what has some of these guys done that y'all picking in front of them? No disrespect to Jackson Dart, none of, but at the end of the day, you can't convince me that some of these teams don't need a quarterback. Like I said, even if you're gonna stash them on your roster, I don't see the benefit in letting them roll to the second round. Like if you need a quarterback, take your quarterback because you're not going nowhere without a quarterback. We know that. So I don't know, what the deal is with Shador, why he's sliding, but
all
I
right, with
think
the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders have selected Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle.
they need help. Daniels, they need protect Daniels. We've been
Yeah.
talking
Well,
young
after
quarter.
that conference championship, yeah.
Yeah, you protect your young quarterback. So
Connolly's a
Yeah, these
legend.
guys
He's
don't know how
definitely
to
the best
draft.
tackle left on my board.
mhm.
Definitely.
Yeah, Oregon had like most of everybody on that Oregon line was good.
Hey, look, Ryan Terry feeling good right now. They said they alive right now.
I'm not going to say they were world beaters by any means. They weren't a great line, but they were solid. Remember that how undersized Dylan Gabriel is. He's only 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's a smaller quarterback. So I think the fact that they were decent sized guys accounted for a lot, but they were certainly talented. So I'm not surprised to see them go here. And as you say, they
Well,
need
I
the
mean,
help up front as well. So
well, yeah, because I mean, Jaden Daniels, he feels like he's like 120 pounds wet.
yeah.
he's very small himself.
Yes, he's used to that assignment, so it won't be a big adjustment for him, which means that he should come pro ready as well. So that's to his credit, or to Jaden Daniels' detriment. I'm not sure which, but I guess it works either way.
Yeah. I think with Shador's problem, like I said, I'm just gonna stick just straight to the football field on this one because I'm not really talking about all the other stuff. I just think with the football field aspect of it,
hmm
he, like I said, his thing is he takes a lot of unnecessary sacks at the wrong time. The situational awareness is not where a lot of teams are really looking at, especially if they're looking for him to be a first round pick.
Mm.
Um, like I said, he's got the potential to be decent enough to be a good starting quarterback. But
So
until he gets out of that habit of trying to prolong plays and learn to live another down, if
Mm.
he don't learn to live another down, he's gonna be average at best.
Yeah, I feel like he's almost too conditioned to playing to play into the name Sanders rather than playing fundamentally good football. he lacks that level of self-awareness to put him on another level. Do you know what I mean? Or not even self-awareness, but as you say, situational awareness, positional awareness, or just knowing where he is on the field.
All right, so Buffalo. Hold on, who's there watching the pickup? I just missed it.
Josh Connerly Jr.
Okay, Josh Conner. Okay, I'll make sure I wasn't tripping.
So a lot of people are saying that the Falcons have pretty much turned the draft upside down by taking James Pierce Jr. Like
Yep.
a lot of people are shocked that they moved up and actually gave up that first round pick. So once again, serious shock the damn world.
Are
you
people
saying
not
any
talking about the
existence,
fact that the
Mike? You
pick
said piss
before
off
us
the
was
world.
Jackson Dart?
Bro, ain't nobody thinking about no damn Jackson Dart.
See, the reason why the reason
Now,
why they're shocked behind that is because he moved up to get a player that they wanted. He already got one of the guys they wanted, and he moved back up and got another
We
player
got
that
another one. I
and
can't
how
believe they took Jackson Dart though. Good God Almighty.
and that's the thing, and how the draft is going right now with a lot of trench players getting off the board. Yeah, we had to go and get our guy.
Well, I told you all boys earlier, we
He was
had the
not.
potential to shake the world, and Mike's sultry tones just sealed the deal.
I think Mike Green probably gonna be Buffalo's pick.
Yeah.
Could be.
I can see it.
If he don't go there, he going to the Chiefs.
I mean, yeah,
Don't
Buffalo just has to do that just because of that. Hey, who is the one person that we don't want to give to Kansas City again because we already accidentally gave him Xavier Worthy?
Right.
And if you think back to 2017, they kind of gave him Patrick Mahomes too. Don't let it happen to you a third time. Because if it happens to you a third time, Buffalo, all I know is that a fourth time is awaiting.
All we know is Andy Reid.
Oh, well, you know that misfortune comes in fours in Buffalo, bro. They went to 4 Super Bowls and lost them all. So,
and now the championships.
well,
all those championships appearances. What's that been like 4 in a row too? Almost.
It's stacking up that way. Like I know we have felt some pain over the years, but at least we're not Buffalo fans, you know.
Yeah, Southside, that's a deep cut, man.
That's a deep cut. Wow.
All right. Well, let's give it to Buffalo here.
So it's just Buffalo, KC, Philly, and that's it for tonight, right?
Yep.
Essentially. And just like that, our night's over.
Crazy.
Pretty much.
Philly got the last pick.
Oh Lord. We got a super chat here. Fred Bucks said people are calling Terry stupid on Twitter again.
People got to do that. Let them talk.
Of course.
Who's going to come off as the smarter person at the end of the day? All right, Buffalo Bills have selected Maxwell Hairston, cornerback.
Oh,
wow.
That's a nice pick.
I guess that 4.2, that 4.29 speed played a big part of that.
Yeah.
People are calling Terry stupid. It's because they want that pick for next year. I don't give a damn about that pick next year.
So it went from them picks to now, why are we giving away picks?
Right. That's
At
funny.
the end of the day, look, draft is a crapshoot. We don't know what's going to happen next year. We don't know how season this 2025 season. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. And Will Johnson still ain't been picked yet. But Matt Harrison, man, I think he fits that scheme where they try to do a Buffalo.
Yeah, he can play. He can play.
Yeah, he's a a lot of man up there, so that's what he's known for. He's good for that.
Darts off the board before Shador, and you're going to sit here and tell me that the Falcons are the problem? Seriously, bro?
I said no. One of my relatives, he really thought we went back in the first round to try to get Shador. I'm like, bro, I had to. I'm like, don't text me no more.
That's funny.
He would just be saying just dumb stuff.
Okay.
That's why I've been staying off the internet most of the night.
I do love the Madden players who play with cap off. It's like some of the ideas that they come up with.
That's clearly what they're doing. Because you can't do those types of things on Madden.
Oh.
Wow. I'm still in shock that we traded back up for two,
Yeah, these
not
guys-
one.
That was
Wait a minute. So Kansas City and Philadelphia just swap spots.
Yeah, looks like Philly's on the clock.
Yep.
Well, that's Mike Green right there.
Mike Green, Bill Johnson.
As far as Mucho's Grundy's question, D'Angelo Malone, you were a great special teamer.
I mean, D'Angelo Malone is going to be fine on this team. Like you said, he's a rotation guy. That's the thing. They have enough guys to rotate. And they have and most of their rotational guys are young guys.
We got
It's
depth.
true.
That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
We got
finally
depth.
depth at that edge position. We haven't had that in a while. And like I said, with a guy like Arnold Ebiketie, you can still use him as trade bait if a team sees any value in him. Like they have options now.
Mm-hmm.
D'Angelo Malone had more sacks than Grady Jarrett last year. Just think about that for a second.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you're paying him $20 million for that.
And I feel like
So
there's something to be said, like as you say, sustained success. We don't want to be a one championship and done team. To build a sustained level of success, you're gonna need that depth, and you're gonna need the young guys ready to step up when it's their time. Ready to go.
And look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, that's all they known for, having depth on that defensive line.
right.
Pass rushers.
Heck, they're trying to
That's
prove it
why
again now. They can probably.
Yeah.
But this is why they've been successful. So we gotta follow that trend of always having
Exactly.
and
So think about it. So think about it. Between the last 4 drafts, you ended up with Arnold Ebiketie, you ended up with D'Angelo Malone, Troy Anderson, you ended up with Brandon Douglas, Ruka Rororo, Zach Harrison, JD Bertrand, James Pierce, Jalon Walker, Braylon Trice. So just in the last 3-4 drafts, they literally drafted 10 players for that front 7.
100%.
So they're trying to go there with it. But like you said, this may be where Jeff Ulbrich may actually be the guy to actually bring it out of them, because we haven't really seen the front 7 play that well consistently.
the last time we front 7.
Look, Anthony White. He's very, very happy with Terry Fontenot right now.
No, you're not. No, you take your ass back. Take
Take
your
your
ass
ass back to UGA.
You were talking about, you need to fire everybody. You know what's funny? Ain't nobody been more critical than I, with Raheem Morris, and I've given them credit tonight. So this is why you got to be patient, man. You got to be patient. Now, like I say, you still have to prove it. You got the players, but we got to give you guys the opportunity to do their job.
They drafted, now time to develop them. So what happened the prior years, motherfucker? You gotta develop everybody.
Not everybody's destined to be an all-pro, and that's great. But
Thank you.
if you want to be a cavalry player, be a cavalry player. But if you're ready to contribute to this defense, turn up a training camp and show us what you've got, kid. You know what I mean? It's that kind of time.
Still got to put it. You got to show it. Just because you drafted in the first round, now you have to show it. Falcons just giving themselves 2 opportunities to find that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the one player that's going to learn that lesson the hardest is Matthew Golden. You want to talk about like letting the draft night be night, man? Yeah,
Yeah,
better prove it now.
pressure.
Well, I hope he
pressure.
doesn't watch this show because he's been cursed for crashing your TV already.
I mean, yeah, it's the reason that's why I have my phone underneath the stream right now.
That's those Longhorns, man. We're out to get everybody.
Fundo said we spent a lot of time with these prospect our scouts. Was good job, boots on the ground. We were about to go.
Hey, what's
through
that?
the
What's that
details.
button on the side? Hit that red button. No. Okay.
So it looked like Terry then was eyeing this from the very beginning. How he's responding right now. Seems like he had this plan.
Which is crazy considering the things that had to happen in order for him to pull this off.
Right. But if you look at the history and what he said we don't plan to be back in the first round like this again. Well, we should have saw this coming because he traded away the first round pick. They said they don't want to be in that position anymore. Well, they took themselves out of it. They took themselves out of the first round pick.
But
Literally
that
not giving
is
themselves a choice
have
anymore.
we gonna have to make the playoffs.
All right, Eagles are finally going to make their selection, and it better be the people we are expecting it to be. And please give me the name on the board. Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Makes sense. Because
Makes a
they
lot of
lost Brandon.
sense.
They lost Brandon Graham, so they needed that linebacker.
They lost the other guy to the other edge.
Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
So yeah, they needed to fill that spot because it's a big old hole for them.
Mahomes, what are you smiling for on Twitter?
Who?
Mahomes.
Kermit knows something
probably-
we don't, clearly.
They about to get a guard. They probably getting a guard.
Fluff.
Yeah, I mean, they're picking 32 again. Might as well give them another Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
And they better do the right thing, but that's they this very well maybe their year they gonna end up getting beat by Buffalo.
We got a guy with character issues, just like man. Look, maybe I need to curse Raheem out more, okay? Because he did everything that I asked him to do.
See, this is the problem with Falcons fans. They be asking for nasty, gritty players, but when we get guys like that, it's a problem.
I'm sensing that's a trend in Atlanta. We're never happy.
Never.
You got to stop believing everything that people tell you.
Well, this is why we're heavily pushing international.
Wow. You're fools to do so. I'm a nihilist too.
Oh, so he's from the South. He's from Chambers in Charlotte. So yeah, so he's around. He's not far from home. So this makes sense.
Yeah. Where he from again?
Charlotte.
North Carolina.
You talking about
Mm-hmm.
Pierce?
Yep.
Yeah, I like the kid when he said he wanted to be like Lawrence Taylor. I was like, okay, yeah, I like this kid.
Well, don't be too much like Lawrence Taylor now. Hang on.
No, I want him to smoke crack and everything. Look, smoke all the weed you want, run into a
You know,
quarterback.
What's this?
hey,
What's that?
hey, he probably could main event WrestleMania too. You never know.
He go black. He go black.
Travis Scott can do it.
He go black. He smoke crack. He smoke
We need those
crack.
types of players with this team. Look, these nice guys are not working for me.
Mhm.
We need guys with character flaws.
But I mean that makes it all the more of a responsibility for Jalon Walker, right? Because you said he was the
Mm-hmm.
vocal voice of reason, right? I mean, if you
Yep.
want a guy that can get him in check, might as well be someone like him.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's not like he hasn't been working with people with character issues either.
We know that at the University of Georgia. We definitely know that. All them DUIs and deaths down there. And people like, oh, Mike, how could you? No, look, this, we know how the University of Georgia. Somebody always getting arrested and running in the trees, and crashing cars and all types of stuff. So I'm positive he's the man for the job. He's definitely the man for the job.
Damn you, Mike.
It's not much an adjustment. In a locker room full of criminals. Oh wait, hold on, this is game day.
A locker room full of criminals.
Why not? It worked in Vegas.
What goes on in Atlanta stays.
The Chiefs pick is in.
If you can rush your passer, don't ask, don't tell.
Oh man. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the Eagles got a linebacker.
So the Chiefs are up now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't even know if there was any extra change with that flip.
I would think a tackle, at least an offensive lineman, because they need a tackle. They need an offensive lineman. Is all the help they can get. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a wide receiver, to be honest,
Nah.
or at least another
Yeah.
tight end. They
Well, it
got
looks like it was
about-
Josh Simmons tackle.
Yeah,
So
They got a tackle.
yeah. Simmons, I think he was the best guy left on the board.
Yeah, it looks good.
and
AKA,
that's gonna
what's the
wrap up.
what has been the theme of today's draft?
Mm-hmm.
Protect the
Bridges.
motherfucking quarterback.
But there's no surprise.
Or
to me.
not, because we're coming for him.
Well,
Yeah. I like the way it's going though. We were right back into getting
I
back into
told
the
y'all.
important.
I told y'all Kansas City was gonna pick a lineman. Every time
Yeah.
they lose, every time they lose a Super Bowl, they
Yep.
pick a lineman.
I mean, look, at least they learn from their mistakes.
yeah, I mean,
Wow.
it makes sense, to be fair.
They didn't have no
That's it.
choice after watching the Super Bowl.
Protect the quarterback.
Mm.
Look, if you paying that man $500 million, you better protect him.
Hell yeah.
Yep. And I told y'all talking about some Pat Mahomes smiling. I'm like, yeah, they picking them a lineman. And he's the most athletic. He's the most athletic lineman outside of the guy they North Dakota State.
Yeah,
Right.
you're
Yeah.
probably right.
This is going to be a
This
very
is
awkward, like 19 hours for Shador Sanders, though.
He's going to
You want
be.
to talk
It's
about
going to be
humbling
interesting.
experience?
Mm,
It's
so.
definitely humbling, but I think a lot of this is the NFL just getting back at Dion. To be honest, I don't think this is fair for Shador because he's not a bad quarterback. To tell me that Cam Ward is a better quarterback than him, look, you're full of shit. If you say that to me, Cam Ward is not that great of a quarterback. I've looked at this guy's tape. Nothing really stands out to me except for him being big and athletic.
Right.
This is the
Yes.
NFL son in this man. They said sit
Yeah,
back
that's
and
exactly
mouth
what they're
shut.
going to do.
This was a we gonna make an example out of somebody. You want to brag and say all this kind of boastful stuff. You want to talk like you don't
Mm-hmm.
eat. We finna show you something. That's what
Mm-hmm. Yep.
that, that was that nobody's bigger than the shield. That was what that was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
well, I said to you boys a few weeks ago as well. There was not one single quarterback in this draft that looked as if they were day one ready to go.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. I didn't really see. I thought all the quarterback, including Shador, neither of those guys were ready.
No.
I don't know what Tennessee was thinking. If they were going to take Cam Ward, they should have just kept Malik Willis, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hell, yeah, you better off just sticking with Will Levis. But
Woo, boy. I mean, look,
Yeah,
there's a chance I could
we,
be wrong, but yeah.
we need some
Well,
meme content, man.
exactly.
It is what it is. What Tom Brady was a 6th round pick. All right, we good.
hmm
Hmm.
Yeah.
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 Brock Purdy was
But
the last pick in the draft.
hmm He got
like you
real
said,
relevant real
it,
fast.
it just depends. It just depends on the situation you get drafted into.
That's right.
hmm
It ain't where you get picked. It's how you play once you get picked.
Hmm.
That's it.
Make it does day one and
But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Got my peoples up here. Let everybody get their final thoughts on what they thought about this draft, and we'll be getting up on out of here. So, we're gonna let you kick this off, man. What was your thoughts on this draft?
Well, first off, it's been a long time coming, so I wanted to thank all y'all for having me up in the building. It's been fun spending the last few hours with you. In terms of the draft itself, I think it's going to be interesting to see how day two plays out in terms of trades, things like that, because I think it's going to be a lot more exciting. But as a Falcons fan, getting those two edges has been amazing. Yeah, we lost out on Malachi Starks, which was a guy I really wanted, but to pick up Pierce Jr. and to get Jalon Walker was insane. And I think for the next hour or two, you'll still be able to catch me in the chat. So if there's anything you want to talk about after the fact, I'm more than happy to do that because I'm kind of still semi-wired, which I've not been draft night since maybe since Julio Jones. So it's been a minute. Um, how about you boys?
Great having you, man.
All right, man. Jew, what you got for me? What you got for me?
I mean, I'm up here smiling from ear to ear. As I always say, you got to build in the trenches. And the Falcons finally took their assets and pushed all of their chips in the middle of the table. That's what you have to do. At the top of the draft, that's where you're going to find those premier players. Trying to find that diamond in the rough is so hard to do. Like the Max Crosbys, those guys are hard to find. So when you have guys at the top of the draft and you see those guys slide, like James Pierce slid all the way down, that's what you got to do. You got to go back up and get your guy. If your guy's there, go up and get him. But what I've been saying this since the year ended, last year ended. Terry Fontenot, those guys, he's on the hot seat. He knows it, and that's the reason why he pushed all his chips in the middle of the table. Because he knows if I don't do it this year, chances are I'm not going to be here next year. So forget those picks. Like we keep talking about the picks for next year. Yeah, that's fine for us as fans to say, but is he going to be able to, be here to use those picks? 9 times out of 10, if we have another losing season, he wasn't going to be here anyway. So he did the right thing to let's push all our chips in the middle of the table. Let's go ahead and fix what's been the biggest issue. And this is something that you always talk about, Kay, about putting that band-aid on a bullet wound. You got to go out,
Ooh, boy.
bring in that $100 million, and we couldn't land that big name pass rusher. What I always say, build it through the draft. The Myles Garrett's, the Max Crosby's, the Michael Parsons, those guys were drafted by the teams that they're on. So we did the right thing by go find your star pass rusher. Go find that guy. Instead of getting secondhand guys from other teams, go get it yourself through the draft. So they did the right thing to push all their chips in. If you lose by pushing all your chips in, scared
That's it.
money. At least you know you tried. But if you keep just trying to reach for third, fourth, fifth rounders and expect them to turn into something special, it's harder to do it that way. So I love what they did. They went quality over quantity. So I like it.
Let me say this. All right, little tanky poo for your ass get blocked. Okay, little girl, little bitch. Okay, let me tell you something. Nobody on this panel switches up. Okay, nobody on this panel switches up because we say certain things about a certain head coach. At the end of the day, these guys get paid to be a success. Period. That's what comes down to. If you're a coach, you get paid to win games. You don't get paid to be a possible. Okay, you get paid to win the game. So I don't give a damn about what whoever like about what we say about Raheem and Jeff Ulbrich and Terry Fontenot. These guys know that their job is on the line. They don't get paid to sit up here and listen to Mike and listen to whomever. They get paid to win. And if they're not winning, us as a fan, us as the member of the media, we get to talk crap about them. Period. Win or shut up. Win or shut up. That's what it's all about. Period. Y'all didn't want to hear nothing about why Matt Ryan lost in the Super Bowl. Y'all didn't care nothing about that. You didn't care about that Raheem and all these other guys, the Dan Quinns and all these guys coulda, shoulda. Look, they didn't care nothing about that. It's about winning. So I don't care nothing about what coulda, shoulda, woulda. Get it done. Now Raheem has even more pressure on him right now. Why? Because they gave him what he wanted. They gave him what we needed. We needed edge guys. We needed guys in the trenches. We invested in our offense. We did all of this. It's even more pressure on him right now. Because if he doesn't succeed and we start our 0-4 where we just traded our first round pick next year, for not only drafting a guy like Jalon Walker, good God Almighty, but you drafted a guy, James Pierce. You better win now. So we talking about, oh, we're gonna keep that same energy. We always keep that same energy over here. At the end of the day, don't matter what we think.
And I
Win the game or else.
and
That's it.
I said this earlier. I'm like, this reminds me of the 2019 draft. Where, Lindstrom and Garrett in the first round. I really, out of the whole Dan Quinn coaching regime, guess what? Everybody knows that those two guys are still here on this team. Just saying, that was our best draft under Dan Quinn. So this draft right here could possibly be the same thing, for us. And the thing is, guys, you win games in the trenches. The past few years, we drafted the Michael Penix, the Bijan Robinsons, the Drake Londons, the Kyle Pitts. Now, Terry, you have to draft trench guys.
Mm-hmm.
At no other, because every single year, you drafting these shiny weapons like Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and Bijan Robinson, and then you draft your quarterback of the finished drinking last year. You gotta get it and get some guys that's gonna help you on that side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
No, we know we can score points. The problem
Right.
is we gotta stop other teams from scoring.
Right. So this ain't about beating up Raheem at the end of the day. Sorry, no, but like this ain't about beating up Raheem. I want to win games. Everybody on this panel wants to see us win games,
Mm-hmm.
and we call what we saw last year was an absolute atrocity. Okay, that was absolutely uncalled for. You go 6-3. You didn't make the necessary adjustments when you had quality players just to win one game to get to the playoffs, and you didn't do that. So this ain't about beating up on Raheem. Okay, you bring in quality quarterbacks and quality coaches and quality running backs to get the job done. And if they don't get the job done, he got to go. So I don't care nothing about what you know. Oh, he's only had this opportunity. He never really had an opportunity. Who cares? Don't nobody care. You think guys care about Kyle Shanahan right now? Kyle Shanahan have been to like 4 Super Bowls and lost all of them. Okay? You think the San Francisco 49er fans care? No, the hell they don't. Because they want to win. They don't care nothing about what he used to be. They don't care nothing about what he did for Matt Ryan in 2016. They don't care about that. They want to win.
100%. Sorry, just jump in on that, but going off the last comment as well, like it's not about beating anybody up. We're happy to give credit where it's due. If you do your job, you are cool to stay in Atlanta for as long as you want to, but do your job first. So
Mm-hmm.
it ain't, and as you say, to back up D as well, there, if it doesn't work out, it's purely on the coaches. I feel like we've seen over the last now 3 or 4 years where he's put the pieces in place rather, and now if the coaches can't use them, it's really a more schematic thing. But
Mm-hmm.
to say that we are then going out to single anyone out for that, no, we're all here as Falcons fans first and foremost. We're not here to fight anybody. We all want to see the team win, or what, or why are we here?
Mm-hmm.
And I like what Coleman said. And this is my last thing. I gotta get to work. But he said this doesn't work out. It's pretty on the coaches, and you're a
Yeah.
thousand sure you are 1,000% correct, man. Because
Mm-hmm.
there is no excuse for Raheem or Jeff Ulrich if this
Yep.
defense, like
Mm-hmm.
you should be able to move the needle with these draft picks and at the acquisition we did in the free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And you bringing in Braylon Trice, he's gonna play. He's gonna play this. Getting hit back, you getting all your healthy guys back. So there's no win or get the pink slip. I'll holler at y'all. Y'all take it easy. I'll see y'all tomorrow day 2.
Yep. See you then.
See you then, brother.
All right, fellas. I appreciate everybody.
Yeah. So for me, like this just establishes the window to win, right? Like we're not purely doing this to win tonight. We're not doing this to win in September or in October. We're doing this to win throughout, clearing the division, making sure that they're no longer a problem for us for the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other teams to worry about are those upper echelon teams that we will expect to face, and then they should soon expect to face us, right? If we have to establish sustained success, we need to provide ourselves that level of intimidation. And you don't get
Mm-hmm.
that playing soft.
Yeah. Gotta
So
be
you
aggressive.
absolutely have to make sure that you get remembered, not just for what you did today, but for what today did for you in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
Because this is not a win now. This is a win now and then win next year and then win next year. Because
Mm-hmm.
you absolutely are putting all of your young guys on the hourglass. All right. Now you flipped it. All right. Time is ticking now. Because now you're gonna have to have the window paid to pay Kyle Pitts if you really want to. Right now, you're gonna have to figure out what your tackle is gonna look like in the future. If it's not gonna be Caleb McGarry or Jake Matthews in the future, like now you have options. But now you have to establish yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there ain't no more nitpicks to be doing here. I don't want to have to worry about a divisional game. I don't want to have to worry about like, oh man, are we gonna have to do this? Or are we gonna get around to this kind of opponent? No. All right, it should be a question. It's just like, all right, well, we have more pieces than we ever expected to have at this point. And if they're all hitting their sweet spot at the right time, this is exactly how you build the window.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't take a superstar pick to do it, but we got one anyways.
Yeah.
So again, this is how you figure out what the successful teams are doing now. All right. Now with Philly, like, yeah, they had to get a lot of their picks out of the way because I think they had like almost 20 picks for the next like 2 years. Yeah, obviously the window is like there for them and it's completed pretty much. But that is where we're trying to be. All right. Like, hey, if you want picks now, go ahead and use those up in order to make sure that you can win. Because if you're just kind of like filling holes, that's not enough. This is not just a position to fill holes. This is a position to establish dominance.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and take the reins from it.
Yeah.
Can't complain about that. Like I said, if that's all, fellas, no K-Style got a long day ahead of him. Will truly appreciate it, brother, for joining us, man. Our
No, anytime. Once again, I'm going to make a
international
habit of it. So
representative.
thank you.
We truly appreciate it. Jude Talk Sports. OG, you got something to say real quick?
Oh man, I'm just here so I won't get fined, man. Look at here. I expect more. I expect more surprises tomorrow. I think. Yeah, yeah, we're in win now, but just like the gentleman just said, but we also in win now and win later. And they turning these young boys loose. So we still got some more work to do. There's still more. There's still holes to fill. Needs to be addressed. We still need bodies. Hey, got day 2 tomorrow.
I love it. 6 man.
Hey man, shoot. They addressed the need and they doubled down on that need for a second year in a row. Um, as far as the whole entire draft, um, pretty much like we've just been saying throughout the whole draft, the thing with a lot of these teams is about protecting their quarterbacks, whether it be another weapon, another wide receiver, another running back, a couple tight ends, or offensive line. Hey man, I liked it. I liked it. You built more you brought in more versatility for your defense. And Falcon fans, if we're still worried about trying to get a big body up front, you still got a couple draft picks to where you can address that if they need to. So we good. We good, y'all. And I was fine with it. That's all I got for it.
And that's all we got, fellas. Like I said, we got tomorrow for the most part. Like I said, Noah, 6 man, K Styles himself, Will the Thrill, Waddell, Jew Talk Sports, and Truth Hurts. This has been your boy Man Mike for night 1, day 1 of the NFL draft. Join us tomorrow. I don't know if we actually should be. Not gonna be very busy for us, but
Hey,
we'll
if you want to know what I've been up to, tomorrow.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
Ooh.
So I guess he gave us something to work with tomorrow. So with that being said, John, I appreciate you, brother. Like I said, it's 12 over here, and I think I need to lay down because my feet hurt. K Styles, I know you need to lay down. That's a whole nother story. But hey man, we out of here, man. Enough stalling. I'm trying to get to this 4 hours because I don't want to leave until I see 4 hours on here. So I'm gonna keep talking for about 45 more seconds. So anybody else got anything else so I can get to this
Well, I'm gonna be up.
4 hour
Yeah,
mark?
I got you. I
I'm
got
gonna be
you.
up all night.
Yeah,
I
bullshit.
just want to be up
Well,
to
Hey,
4 hours. I
I
ain't gonna make it
bullshit.
4 hours.
well, no,
hey,
as the
I ain't
guys were
be.
saying,
dude,
we've
you
got
want to
the
talk about
AFN and
endurance? I
oh,
had an
sorry.
8-hour stream. All right, I did this
Eight,
and then 4 more.
no,
All right.
nah, I'm good with the 8 hours. No, you can have that all for yourself.
No,
I'm
just
done
I
enough.
was just gonna say more. Obviously, as you guys are saying, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back the next day. So we're keeping this, keep it here, keep it AFN. Just you got anything to say it to us, and I'm sure we'll have some moaning to do. I'm sure we'll do what Atlanta Falcons fans do. As I say, we're never truly happy, but get out your boys, get out your girls. Let us know how y'all feel, and we will touch base with you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Until next time, people, we're here to play.
Oh no.
We are here to stay.
Oh yeah, dig it.
You ain't gotta go home.
But you got to get the heck up out of here. Oh yeah. Peace.
And that and as the truth says, go ahead, finish it
Truth.
off, truth.
We always seek and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Peace.
Peace out, boys.
Mm-hmm.